I had to make sure it was coming on.
Sticky shoes.
Hello,
Some WD-40 on those things.
All of them up, aren't I? So comfortable.
It never happens when I'm not feeling comfortable, like if I had naked color.
You are so right. That's a smart move. Because if you don't, they'll fill all of it so quickly. And then you regret it.
Or they quit making it.
Yes, or they quit making it. That's the worst. Hi there, how are you?
All right. I'll leave it here.
We're gonna have to keep it closed during closed session.
Of course, yeah, but if you want to do it later, just give me a look.
When you see the paper spanning, you know.
Okay, that's your signal.
You and I were the only lucky ones with that.
I say that for my bedtime reading.
You know,
We'll clear out as soon as they start.
one of my friends was a very strong witness for actually some of it when I was teaching Sunday school.
Well, what they do, have you been down there?
I spent the morning up there getting my hay smoked as high as I could get it.
Me too. And my dog is flooded from the I've had enough. Over the years.
On you, we've got you slid down there.
Pardon me?
So we pulled the switcheroo on.
Oh,
you.
okay.
Got you
All
right
right,
there.
all right.
Trying to make more room at the tables.
You got a whole set of stuff over here, don't you?
Yeah. Good evening.
You there?
I asked you a question.
Mr. Johnson. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Susan, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Feeling fine.
I like the coffee. I like the coffee.
Thank you. I know I'm a day late, but still appropriate.
Absolutely. We've got a matching bow tie.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to say that was intentional, but that was purely accidental. So you just sit on up front on camera tonight, huh?
Sit up. I want to think all would be 5 seats for the three. Yeah.
My mom was,
Wave to all your fans watching at home tonight.
my mom was in the VFW, Ladies Auxiliary, and I can remember having to sell poppies
Oh,
on Veterans Day.
absolutely.
She'd let me go to school late so I could go stand in the corner and help her sell poppies.
Oh, yeah. Our little Girl Scout troop back in the day when I was a Girl Scout, which was many moons ago.
Just last week, right?
I wish we would do. Well, you know what, my husband would probably say, yeah, she was acting like a 7-year-old.
Hi there, how are you?
Mrs. Got a grandbaby.
Yeah, he probably would say that.
Just bring up.
Oh, yeah, because so many people that normally would sit on the field have to sit back because of the distancing.
Be clear.
The extra seats.
As it would be for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
have you in there.
I was just getting ready to show Dr. Hicks.
Your dog?
My dog.
Oh, your dog.
Underwater again, 3rd time this year. We lived there 40 years and it's. There we are. This is all dog, excuse me, this is all dog, but it's not now, it's late. This is all dog.
We're planning to go out on the boat this
Yeah.
evening.
Isn't that hilarious?
That's your dog underwater?
Yeah. I mean, all it
Yeah.
is dock, and it's, just look how far it is up on the, your little, where you step out of the water.
Where she lives, so that you can get your boat high enough?
Yeah, well, we've got it as high as we can, you can see in there, I don't know if I got a picture of it. You know, we've got it as high as we can, we went and put the canopy down and then put it up, so this was as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon, but our floater's out there.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd time, we've lived there 40 years, it's our 40th year in that house, and before this, I can tell you, like twice maybe.
Climate change.
And my daughter's texting me. My next door neighbor said it's supposed to be 4 feet above pond level tonight. It's a mess.
Yeah, it just keeps on raining. We had 6 inches at our house this morning.
Oh, it was, we were sitting watching something on television last night, and then it's kind of more in the house. And I mean, I've run for 2 feet down there, it's like, what did you just sound like waterfall?
Yes, it was crazy last night.
So Dawn, my next door neighbor, said that she heard they're expecting 4 feet over pond level.
Oh, really? So I mean, it's
So
just.
that's 799 feet there. It's just below one of the markers. I'm at marker 50. It's like maybe that far below. The actual triangle you were talking about is right close to that.
I would like to call the regularly scheduled meeting for November 12th, Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Leamy, Mrs. Kirby,
Here.
Mrs. Hairston,
Here,
Dr. Hicks,
Here?
Mr. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Mealy.
Here,
We have a quorum.
Thank you, and I'd like to state that Mr. Leamy is out recovering from surgery, just so everyone knows where he is. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed meeting?
Madam Chair, pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711, parentheses A, parentheses 1, parentheses 7-1 for personnel due to appointments, resignations, assignments, performance, and disciplining of specific public officers, appointees, and employees of the board, specifically the superintendent's contract, parentheses 7, for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now in closed session. mine is, blood sugar actually is a big factor on somebody's body heat. And yeah, I couldn't believe my numbers when I got them from the doctor.
You go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
pretty bad. Yes, please. Yeah, my doctor looked at me and said, I don't know how you're walking. So,
Okay,
it's cause your blood sugar is supposed to be between 70 and 100. And mine was like in the mid 300s. So. But the other day when I checked it, I was 130.
it is up and down.
I've really watched. No, I've changed all my stuff.
We've got to.
My pants are getting loose, okay? I'm walking 5 miles at least 4 times a week.
That's awesome. I didn't know it was going to do.
I've got to. Is everybody else coming in or?
Texted everyone.
Okay.
Diana, did you check?
Texted Dr. Shelby here.
Is Troy gonna be here for the CIP?
Yes, he and Charles Santor are gonna be here, so. They were just across the street, so.
How long do you think that will take? It depends on our questions too, I know, but.
It will, but I think we can present pretty quickly. And
Can we go ahead and certify Alan?
We'll wait for about, I mean, I don't wanna start, cause we be starting
Gotcha.
the action and everything.
Sir, good evening.
Blankenship here, or is it,
I haven't seen it. It should
It's,
be.
so we don't have to wait to fill this chair?
Might be for later.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ms. Johnson, will you certify the closed meeting, please?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Do I have a motion that we approve Dr. Shook's request to resign as superintendent of Bedford County Public Schools effective January the 3rd, 2021?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Go ahead, John.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let's move on to item 3.01, CIP update. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. Attached is our recommended capital improvement plan, which outlines projects and the associated costs during the next 8 years that can be funded by anticipated revenue. Sources for cost estimates are noted in the document. As a planning tool, the CIP doesn't commit the school division to any single project. However, an approved document does assist greatly in planning and budgeting, as well as establishing priorities for all capital projects, and is updated annually, as we've done about this time each year. We plan to request approval of this CIP at the December 10th meeting. As you can see in the chart on the CIP draft, the plan is full of larger facility maintenance items, both repair and life cycle replacement. In a few instances, projects are bundled together into larger renovations, namely Stanton River Middle School in 26-27, Susie G. Gibson in FY28, Forest Middle School in 23-24, the existing portion of that building. More efficient HVAC systems and the LED lighting upgrades listed in several years of the plan will really save on operational costs in the future on an annual basis. There may be additional revenues to add to the blue lines at the bottom in the chart. We have included nearly $1.5 million as other revenue, and that's money that's been indicated to be available from the Board of Supervisors in their recent CARES Act and follow-up discussions. We've not calculated any appropriation of end-of-year balances on any given budget year. We haven't included any funds that will be left over from the Forest Middle School project. We haven't, because that's not quite tallied yet. And we don't have any other funds that might be appropriated by the county in there. So the blue lines could change over time, hopefully in a positive direction. We continue to maintain a maintenance project fund separate from this for emergency needs, and that's also not included in the plan. There are several projects discussed in previous CIP cycles or noted in our recent facility assessments that are not in the plan. The plan doesn't contain a gym at Bedford Primary. It doesn't contain an auditorium upgrade at Stanton River High School. It doesn't have any elementary school expansion or renovation in it. It doesn't have athletic facility upgrades or additions. It doesn't have a larger renovation at Susie G. Gibson or improvements to or replacements of those canopies and sidewalks at Stanton River and Liberty High School. It doesn't have window or HVAC replacements at a few of our schools. It has many, but not all of them. And we certainly can add any of those projects or others that the board deems important to the plan, as long as, of course, I guess we work within the revenues available. Also attached some information which outlines the ages of each of our school HVAC systems as had been requested in previous meetings. And also specific information in another attachment about recently discussed HVAC projects as part of the larger CIP draft. I want to talk a little bit about those specific projects, those HVAC projects, the Huddleston, Manita, Big Island, Forest projects that we've talked about before in some detail. And I can do that now, or Ms. Kirby, if you'd rather wait and talk, stop at this point and see if there are any other questions about the whole plan, and we can do those, take that HVAC information later, whatever the board prefers.
Does anyone have any questions up to this point? Dr. Mealy?
I do. Dr. Dewis, in looking at this, I don't know, you said it was a draft, so, can we get things like when you talk about the carpet replacement and the flooring replacement broken out by the cost for schools? So that if we had, I know this sounds ridiculous, but extra money, and say we had $25,000, and we would know where we could actually use that?
So, for example, where it says carpet replacement and there's $371,000,
Right.
you're requesting, could that be broken out? Of course.
Yeah, that and the flooring broken out. And then the other thing that I was just wondering, because I do agree with you, this is like a document that we should be looking at a lot. And it's, can we get it done, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels, by what it is we're doing, the specific things, like, you know, to me it would be, I think, easier to have a page that spoke about HVAC and a page that spoke about roofing replacements and a chart that spoke about that, because it's kind of hard to see what it is. You have to look really closely, I guess is what I'm saying. And it might help us to have it broken out by what things, again, need to be done. Does that make sense? So instead of having HVAC and flooring replacement and lighting and everything else all mixed together, you have to kind of go through it to see the different things. It might be, if we had a page that said, you know, painting, like I'd like to see us to have a schedule for painting schools, because we don't have that, and that might help too as we have money that we're considering. It's just a thought.
And I see what you're saying, Dr. Mealy, but with all due respect, I like this by the years and lumped together, so that way we can tell by the years what our goals are for each year. But that's just my personal preference.
Perhaps it could be an index item or an addendum or something.
Yeah, in addition to
Yeah, that
that,
would
but
be
I'd still
fine.
like to have this
That would be fine. We could do something where it's
to
just
be able to
broken
be
out there.
referred to.
Right, this is a one-page document that actually shows 8 years. We've usually shown 5 at a time, and we certainly know there are several projects, and this takes us out past the reversion timeframe, town's reversion timeframe as well. So we thought it was important to look at as far as we could with what we anticipate. But certainly we can add whatever level of detail you feel like you need.
Mr. Hill?
Mac, I like the style as well, and it would be fine to combine them and see the different HVACs and so forth, like Dr. Mealy mentioned. The other thing I would like to see, you mentioned it doesn't include X, Y, and Z, the canopies, it doesn't include. I would like to see like a funnel of what is in the funnel and the estimated cost. So again, if we were to have dollars, that we could push that onto the schedule. It may be this year, it may be 6 years out, but just knowing what's in that funnel of what needs to be done, there's always gonna be something in the funnel.
By funnel, you mean projects that
That hasn't even made it on this
consideration,
list yet.
but maybe the next one up or something.
Exactly, yeah. Or, you know, it could be that one of us have somebody in the community say, hey, I'm looking to spend X, Y, and Z, and we're like, oh yeah, this is in the funnel and this is what you could do at Liberty High School or at you know, just to have that information of what's in the funnel.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Dewis, I was just curious, I know we've talked about this in the past, but would it be possible to add an engineering study on this for what it would cost to do a full renovation or construction of a new auditorium at Stanton River High School and possibly also Liberty High School as well, because I know their auditorium has some needs as well. Not necessarily the project itself, but just the engineering study so we know how much to anticipate that might cost, so it could then be plugged in the appropriate spot on the survey, on the CIP.
I think that could be included in this list, and Mr. Hagler may be able to speak to this. That's the type of thing also that could be spent from our maintenance fund that, you know, again, has been there for emergency projects. A study like that would not be a large amount of money out of that, out of a fund like that. And then it wouldn't have to compete. That would be a smaller amount of money that wouldn't have to compete with some of these larger amounts on a chart, but it might be something that, I don't know, Mr. Hagler, do you agree with that?
Yep. I mean, the maintenance reserve is there. It's currently about 1.1 million in that account for any, if we had any major failures of any equipment before we can get to it on CIP, that's why that money's sitting there. In the budget this year, another 200,000 is going in, where we deviated, we took some money from the state, and that's gonna be funneling into that going forward to make sure that we maintain that. So, yeah, if that needed to be done, a small portion of that could be used for that study.
That'd be great.
So we would just need direction from the board to spend that, and we certainly could.
I would love to see that. I think that's one of the projects that's time has come. I mean, President Kennedy was in office many years ago, so we need to update that and give our fine arts students the practice and performance space that they need and deserve.
And it's not just that, it's also, the water pours in Stanton River, it's also, I think.
Many needs in that building.
Mr. Hill?
Environment.
I've asked about this for a couple years now, as far as what are the dollars that we have available now that haven't been spent, that goes back into whatever fund at the end of the year. So if there are dollars that are available for us to spend on these items, then I think it's a topic that we need to be aware of, so we can say, we wanna take that $200,000 and knock out these 3 items, let's get it done. Versus getting to the end of the year and going, oh, we had this money left over, we're putting it in this, or we're sending it back to wherever it goes. We've got a list of things that need to be done, we've got a funnel of things that need to be done, we should not be sending money back. And then going the next year and asking for more. Well, you didn't even spend what you had. So I wanna make sure those dollar amounts are available, and I'm sure if I called every week, I could get it, but it would be nice to have it in front of us to say, hey, by the way, here's the dollars you have, and you've got X number of projects that we could do.
The only money available at this moment is that maintenance reserve fund. Because everything else is anticipated money remaining at the end of the year off the operating fund. So the maintenance reserve, I don't think there is any set amount on what that reserve needs to be maintained at. The board's really never had a discussion on that. And if it needs to be $1,500,000, 1.5 million. So it's at 1.1, so if there was that discussion, anything above $1 million could be used for projects, then yeah, we could start working on some projects with that
Does that
amount.
1.1 include any money that was left over from FMS project?
No, it does not.
Okay,
So the FMS project's coming to completion, but we do not have final numbers on that. So once that's available, we'll present that and say this is what's left on
And
that.
that's my point, so if we
Yes.
have, $400,000 over the 1 million, we've got $300,000 worth of carpet that we've been trying to do for years that keeps getting, and I would rather spend that money on what's needed than to say, it's sitting in the maintenance. I mean, we're gonna need more maintenance if we don't start spending the money on the things that we need. So
And that's just a matter of how much you want to keep in reserve, and anything above that you can spend. So we do have that reserve money. There's money coming into the state to that reserve. Once the project's done, that money will be available. The ending balance on the operating fund won't be available until we finish the year, and the year finishes out. The other money, as Dr. Dewis was relating to, the county's second kind of funding of different projects, that 1.5 million still hasn't been finalized by the county, so that could become available to start on these, and we're hoping that discussion can get back up and with the county. In addition, as we move through the budget, there was, as the board knows, the initial CARES Act money that we received, that we have till September of '22 to spend. That has not been budgeted, it's not been earmarked for anything, so as we go through the budget cycle, it may be evident that we might, if the board wants to, instead of have that money maybe going to operating, it may be that you want to move it to this. You can move quicker on that if you want. I'd recommend you wait and go through the budget cycle and see where that money may be needed and how long this emergency lasts. And you might need to use that for the operating for more materials or what have you. But that money is going to need to be spent by the end of '22, and that very well may go for those types of projects. So as money becomes available, if what I'm hearing is just continue to brief the board as that money is available and say, do you want to spend it in what project, and we'll make sure we do that as soon as it's freed up.
With this, and I have a question, with this projected income that is in the blue lines, so there is no CARES, because I heard CARES money. So that's just that one line, the other revenue for the one, for 2022.
Yeah, initially, we thought that might be some of the county's CARES Act money. Because that was part of their initial conversations about that. However, when they changed approaches and earmarked other expenditures for the CARES Act money, the discussion was then that it wouldn't necessarily be CARES Act money, but it would be local money, other money that they have, kind of, filling in behind that. So, to us, if it's funded, it's funded, and we were happy to work with whatever parameters they set. But that's what that is. That you're right. That's what that money is.
And I'm sorry if I missed this. And I understand what you said, that some things were removed from the CIP, such as the gym for Bedford Primary. But why were they removed? I didn't catch that.
They don't have to be removed.
I believe they need to come back and stay in there. We need to get that gym at Bedford Primary.
Right, and that's why I said the funnel piece.
Yeah,
We need to know what those
it
projects
needs
are.
to stay here as a priority and not go in a funnel, in my opinion. And then another question I had, and explain these figures to me if you could. I'm looking at fiscal year 25 and 28. When you go down near the bottom and you're looking at LED lighting upgrades,
Yes.
to me, $413,400 and $413,400 and $609,000 is kind of a steep figure for LED lighting. Can you explain to me why it's so expensive?
Well, I have done some initial, our maintenance folks, electricians did some initial pricing of lighting. We have thousands of fixtures around the school, around all of our schools. Those figures there, as you can see, often finish out the amount of money for that particular column. And so I don't think there's any hard estimate to any one of those numbers. My thinking on that was that if there was some amount of money in a year that we could spend on LED lighting, it's more money we save down the road. And so there's no magic to those numbers at all. That could be changed, and if there are other priorities of the board, we certainly could use those figures to help cover expenses. Because if another project is a priority, something else will come off if we're working within the same revenue numbers.
Well, I still think those numbers are high to have there,
And they may
even
be.
though they are just a reference number, but still, when you look at that particular year and you see $413,000, well, we can't fund this because that's gonna be $413,000. And Dr.
So
Stewart,
that's a
I'll
great
turn
example
it
of
over to you.
something that could definitely switch.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Debbie. Dr. Dewis, so in looking at these numbers, if I understood you correctly, They're not solid numbers, they're just estimates,
Which numbers?
just the numbers in general.
Well, I've tried to be careful about, with those different symbols, to list where the estimates came from. Some of them are hard quotes, the ones in the more, sooner, the ones, some of those HVAC projects, for example, we've got numbers on them.
So the HVACs are solid numbers.
The ones in the first column have been solid quotes. Others are based on other sources. EMG was the facility assessment we did in 2016, and there was an inflationary factor figured in depending upon what column it's in. So we're using the EMG plus inflation on some of these. They're not hard quotes from a vendor at this point. Some are industry trends where we've priced out similar projects and we think that it's comparable. Some are engineer estimates that we've gotten, which again haven't been bid out, but they're based on engineer experience and design. So they're a mix of sources. I've tried to be real clear about where they come from. So
Okay.
and
My
certainly
other,
the farther out you go, I think the less we know about how much
exactly.
inflation's going to be, what the economy's going to be like, how
Yeah, I
all
understand
of
that.
that. So.
I would like to say also that I agree with Madam Chair's comment regarding Bedford Primary School and the gym. I think it's important that we do not take that off the table or any discussion. It needs to be placed in here. It's important that school, and I can firsthand say, has long overdue and needing a gym for those students.
We do have a cost estimate from the Downey Scott report that we had last year for that size of an addition to that school. We can certainly, I'm trying to flip a paper here to get to that point. We certainly could add that in. I'm interested and just want to make sure I know your direction. Again, that was a $10,800,000 addition. However, as Ms. Kirby's pointed out, I think in previous meetings, because we've done the roof and HVAC system, that might come down $1 million plus. So it would probably be in the $9 to $9.5 million range if his estimates what we want to use. And then that included some other things for that building, but the addition was the biggest part of that. And so if we added that, certainly we can. You can see that the largest year we have in revenue is $4,730,000 out in the next to last column, FY '28. And so if we took that and the year before it, that would give us about $9 million 8 years out. So his estimate didn't have any inflationary factor to it. And again, we can scope it all sorts of different ways, but that amount of money, would be the amount of money in those 2 years about. So that's one idea. We could just zero out other things from those 2 years and add that, or some other combination of things. But any direction the board has, we certainly can.
Well, we need to get it on there, the sooner the better. I mean, this is long overdue. So, and Dr. Hicks.
I had a question about the LED lighting upgrades. How long does it take to recoup the cost of that in energy savings?
Well, I don't know if Mr. Dross or Mr. Santor who come tonight have any answers for that. I don't know. I will say in the Noresco lighting upgrade that we did, I think there was about a 7-year, right, Mr. Hagler, 7 or 8 year period where they thought pay for the equipment and then begin to see savings after
Yeah,
that.
going back, we did a project with Noresco with the county. It's a joint project, and the project really had a outside firm come in and evaluate things and where you could get savings. The lighting produced a lot of savings very quickly, and the payback was very quick. So you took some of that savings and then you did some other projects that had longer paybacks, but it all had to average out to 15 years because the county borrowed for 15 years and to pay back that Noresco deal. So lighting pays back very quickly, at least when we went to the newer fluorescent that we did at that time. So I imagine that we'll even get an additional quick payback. It might even be sooner than 7 years, but I don't know the new numbers on the new lighting. But back then it was probably even 3 to 4 years payback on the lighting.
But we can do some homework on that before you approve.
And I will say that we are, you know, as lights, ballasts go bad, we're converting, those lights back to LED, so.
So we have,
Everything-
there's
everything
conversion
we
going
upload.
on now?
So,
Can I ask a question?
yeah, just,
And here, and I heard what you said as well about, any upgrades to sports facilities being taken off, but we left the tennis court resurfacing on here, and I mean, I of course, I think all sports facility updates need to stay on here as well, but I'm wondering why this one was singled out to have been left on and the other ones were removed. I mean, this is very, very much needed because, you're gonna be lucky if you can get to play at Liberty this year, the courts are in such bad shape.
Yeah, I really didn't want to wait that long on that for that reason. And certainly any addition of courts, I'm beginning to try to get some cost estimates for that as well. I've been working with USTA they have some advising and consulting that they can do, and some also, I think as you have mentioned before, Ms. Kirby, some grant funding, some matching funding that
They
can
have matching
provide.
grants, yes.
And I've had some discussions about that. Were there other specific athletic items that board members think should be included?
Well, what, you had said earlier that you'd remove some, what did you remove?
Additional tennis courts at Liberty were one of those.
Well, that needs to stay.
And also, I think there had been some board discussion about field house enhancements and related, you know, around field houses and press boxes and that sort of thing, if I'm not mistaken, and Bill had brought up last year about this time that we talked about. So those were the two main ones that I remember from previous years.
Yes.
Just point of clarification, because a few times, I think a number of board members have talked about things that have been removed. Just the context for the newer board members and to remind the previous ones, we had a pretty good plan with the county where they were funding a lot of these projects before. And it was, a lot more could have been funded, and that's why there was a lot more on the list. More recently, we've been informed that what we see here in the blue is what we can expect for them. And so I think what Dr. Dewis and his team were trying to say is, if this is all we have available, this is what they would, I don't want to put words into your mouth, this is what they would recommend. But certainly, anything the board wants to add, we will add. It would just mean some of this other stuff would have to come off. And so, I don't think anything that was talked about before that you all have brought up, we disagree with. It's just a matter of what are the priorities of the resources. So I think whether it's the funnel that Mr. Hill talked about, it's just, we want to be clear that there are more projects that we need to do than the resources we anticipate having. And so I think we would welcome any prioritization. So if, for example, Bedford Primary Gym was more important than anything in the first few years, we could slide everything over. You didn't say that, but I'm just saying, for example, or his suggestion about putting it out 7-8 years, that's a long time to wait for a project like that. So that's just some context on that. We used to have more projects in here because we thought we were gonna have more revenue available.
Well, if we're gonna be addressing this more often, then we can prioritize at that point in time. But I think in everyone, in fairness to everyone within the county, I know the people in the town of Bedford and that go to Bedford Primary School, yes, that is their main priority. I know the ones at Liberty High School, yeah, they would love to have tennis courts to play. So I think what's important that we keep them all, then reprioritize every year. That's my opinion.
Yes, Madam
You went right. Yeah, your turn.
Madam Chair. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with the funnel idea. Because again, especially being new on the board, we don't know what projects had been there. But, you know, when you mentioned the auditorium, I remember the December meeting we were at, that got added. But I had forgotten that because it's not in front of me. And I do think it's something that I agree we need to be looking at every year because things may change there. I am concerned about some of the numbers that we're using because I think we've already seen that the Downey study is not reliable at all for numbers. We had such a difference in some of the cost of the HVAC system, so I'm a little concerned about, you know, those numbers. I'd hate to get to a situation where we're looking at, okay, we have several $100,000 we can spend and we say, okay, we're gonna do this project, but that project costs, you know, 50% more than that.
So, I mean, one of the things we can do if we're going to work with an architect engineer firm for a specific project like a Stanton River Auditorium, is we can also ask for their expertise on the projects listed in the CIP and of course revise them if there's a good reason to do that from their point of view. That gives us another lens on the cost estimates. I mean, professionals gave them to us in the first place, but another set of professional eyes on them in the local area could give us valuable information. So we certainly can spend a little money to refine our cost estimates if that's something the board thinks is important.
I just think that's important to have good numbers in front of us.
Well, we've got a lot of projects. I would hate to spend money for them to tell us how much a project's gonna cost 3, 4, 5 years from now, where if you wait until the year before you make it the priority, then you can get a clearer number and you can go up or down. But, you know, the main focus needs to be if the board agrees that these first 2 years are the projects you wanna get, then we need solid numbers for those, but not for the ones 4, 5, 6 years out.
But we
But they
need an
might
educated guess on there.
Exactly.
Those, the larger the larger projects, when we engage in, an architectural and engineering firm, they'll start designing, they'll be able to give us probably what they think the bid's gonna come in at. That's their business, and so they would probably say, okay, we're designing this, it's gonna come in a lot. As you get closer to bidding it out, you'll have better numbers, I would imagine. It's harder when you get further out.
Also, Dr. Dewis, I assume that this is gonna go to the Board of Supervisors at some time or another? That's how it happened last year, so I'm asking, is that how it goes again this year?
I don't know. This is a document that we're asking for your approval on. And certainly, I would imagine before the Board of Supervisors would fund projects, they'd want to know what they were. And so we have had a mechanism of doing that. I'm not aware of the process the county wishes to use this year for any, in the past, the boards have had some joint meetings to discuss needs and I don't think one of those is scheduled at this time.
And if I could help again, in the prior process, the county was actually funding all of these. And so there was a joint meeting scheduled annually where the school board could identify its priorities and the county could kind of feel good about that. What we've got now is a system where they're not saying they're not interested, but they've kind of said, this is how much we're gonna allocate to you. And so I do think it's important to communicate, but it's a little different than it was before. But I still think keeping the lines open, if they're still giving us the money, and so I think it's in everyone's best interest to be clear with that. I don't know that it requires their approval of this planning document. I think they should be informed of it though.
No, and I'm sorry, because my whole thing was, I just think even for us, you know, I'd like to see a cover page and I'd like to see things centered on pages with headings as to what they are, just to make it look, you know, as professional as we can. And on the HVAC system, unless somebody has an objection, I'd love to know the the year that it's installed and the life
Well,
expectancy?
Dr. Miller, since the HVAC is a separate point and we're at 6:45 and we wanna have a dinner break, I was gonna ask if we would put the HVAC portion of this onto the 7 o'clock agenda.
Okay.
Okay? But Ms. Harrison, you had a question?
My question was gonna be,
Okay, did you have a
centered around the
question, Chair
HVAC.
Desi, your hand?
That's fine.
I just wanted to know, do we have a facility that is 100% on LED currently?
Well, the new wing at, is it?
But it's not the whole facility,
And
so.
also Liberty Middle.
Alright, so Liberty Middle. So is there an analysis that we can do based on, and I don't know if the previous facility and the new facility are comparable in square footage, but is there an analysis that can be done that shows us the difference in those power bills? And again, I know you've got HVAC improvements, and et cetera, but something that would be able to show us what the difference in the LED lighting versus traditional lighting.
We can look at our own facilities, and if that's not clear for any reason, we certainly will find other sources to tell us what the payback is.
Just one more thing, could we possibly do this landscape? It'd be a little bit bigger and my poor eyes
Well,
can't read it very well.
yeah, that's formality, we'll deal with that. Anything else for this portion? Okay, then we'll go ahead and convene for dinner and then come back at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Usually talk about like how lazy I've been, it's like,
I have anything else?
We won't see them like they, no, we'll see them like we did last time, right? No.
Ours is all fine.
So they're not gonna see us at all?
well, we're not gonna see you and you are online being heard.
With the meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to reconvene this regularly scheduled meeting for the Bedford County School Board. And just so the people that weren't here earlier know, Mr. Leamy is not here. He is home recovering from surgery. So, that's why we're down to 6. And if you would join me in pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Drager, I know you're there, but if you will indulge me for just a minute, I would like to say something before we get started.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I understand from what I've been hearing within the community that there is a rumor going around that the superintendent's position has already been promised to someone. For the record, I want to clarify that that is not true. We have been extremely transparent with the search process from the beginning, and we will continue to do so through the entire hiring process. Thank you, Mr. Drager. Thank you for indulging me.
Okay,
Okay?
you want to start?
If you want to go ahead and get started.
Excellent, thank you. So, my colleague and I, on Monday, are on telephones up in Northern Virginia here, and we are pleased to give you this report. I understand you got some very heavy rain down there, and I hope everybody's safe and everything from what we see. But we're excited to give you this report. We had many weeks of engagement with you, and we are got many pages, but I've distilled it down to 14 PowerPoint slides. And are you seeing the first slide that says Bedford County Board of Education Leadership Profile Report?
Correct, we are.
Excellent. So, Ann, why don't you just introduce yourself real quick? Many of us have talked to either the board or probably some people in the audience or some of the staff and teachers and administrators and even some of the students. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Ann Monday, and I met you at our planning meeting, and I had some very nice sessions with stakeholders in your community, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of the comments and insights that they provided.
All right, so if you could move to the next slide, page 2, where it says engagement with stakeholders.
Correct.
We have 2 numeric columns there. The first column is who we actually interviewed person to person, many times face-to-face over TV or the Zoom calls. And then on the right-hand side is the actual online survey. I just want to point out some things. We, of course, interviewed all 7 board members. 45 administrators is really a very good turnout, even for us to do face-to-face. We did a lot of those. They were very, very informative. 10 teachers, I'm talking about the live stuff down in the first column. That's a little light. 4 support staff, 4 students. That's not unusual for students to be small in number there. 10 parents, legal guardians, and then non-community members, 25. We talked to 105 people. And in the community members were people like Mayor of Bedford, town council members, board of supervisors, county executive. I mean, that was a lot of encompassing opinions about Bedford, and we got some really great input there. I'm very proud of Bedford. You guys are truly, despite broadband infrastructure challenges, you guys are very technologically savvy. You have one of the highest turnouts we've seen. And we go down those numbers, 43 administrators responded online. 244 teachers, that's very, very good. Support staff, you may have only seen 4 in person, but 122 responded, that's very high. And you have won the prize in our entire search process. You have the most students that have ever responded to a survey. There was so much so that I had to check the ISP addresses just to make sure we didn't have somebody in there doing 241 responses. The thing. And they are unique. There were a couple school district computers who were about 14 or 15. We actually looked at their responses. So they're either very clever because their responses were different, or I mean, we really checked that out because it is the highest number of student participants we've ever had, and I think it's outstanding that a board is getting that feedback from their students about the superintendent. Parents or legal guardians had an excellent showing at 263, community members 79, and you only fell too short of hitting 1,000. So I doubt if you're looking at it out of an audience of 1,000 people tonight, but I think the fact that we have touched over 1,100 people in giving us input for your next superintendent is very, very important. So I just think you had an outstanding turnout, and now we're going to actually tell you what we found out. Most of these first couple slides are going to be based on our personal interviews, but then when we look at the online survey, it amplified a lot of that too. So Ann's going to take the strengths and the challenges, and then I'll come in with the characteristics and the online survey. So Ann, take it away.
Thank you, Brad. And I want to emphasize again that we talked to a wide array of stakeholders in different settings. Regretted that we could not be with you personally, and that we felt that we certainly would have preferred that, but there were a lot of strong and obviously very engaged people in your community who had wanted to be part of this process. So for that, we were very grateful. I'm going to go through the strengths and challenges, concerns, issues. These are derived from our interviews or sessions or Zoom meetings with people. Brad will then come back and complete this and go into the results from the survey, and you will see how closely they align, as he said. So strengths, I'm just going to go through this. Much of it is very self-evident. And by the way, these are listed alpha, not in order of importance, so it's an alpha listing. A beautiful area with many amenities. The short drive to many other amenities and cities make Bedford ideally located. There were many mentions of the fact that you are close to universities, and although you have a very, very strong rural nature that people like, they also saw that they were not as remote as other areas might be. An engaged and supportive community. We don't have to tell you this, we certainly discovered it, that there are strong and differing opinions in your community. But there was unity around a desire to make this a strong and positive school system. People are there to provide information and to contribute because they want to see the school district succeed. Providing instruction and logistical support during the pandemic, you are in many ways a model for other districts. Many other districts around the state and region are not having the success that you've had. I know it's not without its glitches, but please take some pride in the fact that you got kids back engaged in learning more quickly than many other districts did, and at a higher quality. Bedford is a beautiful and sought after area to live in and work in and play in. You've got a stable and growing economy. The extensive use of technology in instruction will also be reported as a challenge. But that's been the backbone of your ability to provide instruction during COVID. It also has provided you with some opportunities for different learning experiences. Under the next strength, are we moving to the next slide?
Yes.
Second slide on strengths. Okay, great. I hope too, one of the things that you have been an outlier on in Bedford is that you've had a current superintendent who had a long tenure. We will tell you that many school districts now are averaging 3 to 5 years at the most for a superintendent, and the longevity of your current superintendent has brought stability to your schools, and that's a positive. Your school facilities and maintenance are overall in good shape. We will come back to that. There's also challenges, but there's no one sees in your district that these are crumbling buildings or buildings that are not overall in good shape and serving the needs of your students. Staff is passionate and committed to all students. One of the things that we both Brad and I heard over and over again was the ethic around making decisions around the question, is this the right thing to do for kids? And that seemed to be at the heart of a lot of decision making, and that again is commitment to all students. We both saw real attempts on the part of school administrators and teachers certainly, and staff in the central office trying to accommodate the diverse needs of your students in all three of your zones. We'll come back to zones as a challenge, as you know, but believe we heard over and over again the desire of school commitment by staff to meet the needs of all students. And finally, and again, this was in alpha order, this is certainly not the last issue. Over and over again, your school-based administrators, your teachers, your staff, great feeling about, again, talented teachers, students being well served where they are in your school. So those are the strengths that were reported, and those are the repeated themes that we heard from stakeholder groups and individuals. I'm now going to share with you the challenges, concerns, and issues, and again in alpha order. This is a tough one to talk about because it's about what happens between the board and the superintendent, and that even your teachers who spoke to us, certainly administrators and staff, community members as well, all commented on dismay and concern about the relationship between the superintendent and the school board, and the need for the board and the new superintendent to establish clear roles, engagement, and governance policies that work in everybody's best interest. Secondly, in terms of diverse philosophies and consensus on the board, absolutely, I learned very, very quickly that Bedford is proud of its diversity, and that there are different points of view. And they elected this board, so they clearly wanted a wide diversity of perspectives on the school board. That's what they want. But the concern is that consensus is very hard to arrive at, and that I heard, and Brad heard repeatedly, a feeling that this board will not be able to come together and support a new superintendent. So that's a concern. Diversity, we didn't use zones, but certainly that's encompassed in socioeconomic diversity, rural, suburban town diversity, and broadband infrastructure really comes to the issue of the perception, if not the reality, that these zones are so separate, and there are issues or perceptions and issues around equity that comes along with these three very distinct regions in your school district. And that's, again, a challenge. There's recognition, a challenge for a new superintendent is to recognize existing racial issues and also to act on the needs for a more diverse staff. The overall condition of your buildings is a positive, but there's also recognition that there are some facility needs that were delayed because of funding at different times, and the possibility of some school capacity needs that a new superintendent will have to deal with. Last, on reported themes, challenges, concerns, and issues. We heard a lot about technology as a positive, as we just reported. We've heard that there was great among some and parents and some staff appreciation for innovation that has been an outgrowth of technology and different teaching methodology. But there's also a concern among some parents and staff about the overemphasis of technology and the personal learning program that cannot be ignored. Parents expressed a need for more openness and communication with the superintendent and the staff regarding decisions that affect their children in instruction and curriculum. Brad will come back to openness and communication as we go forward with the rest of our report. But as one person told me, there are some very good ideas that basically parents agree with or would support, but the why of decisions was not always explained. People did not always understand what was happening to their children, and without the information that they needed, there was confusion and lack of support. Trust and transparency. I cannot emphasize that more to you. Those words were used over and over again, and actually, ironically, just in the opening of your meeting, you talked about trust and transparency, Brad talked about checking to see if all of those entries into the survey were authentic, because when we were there, we heard that there would be people in the community that might, quote unquote, use it, stuff the ballot box, put in, and Brad and I were just amazed that there would be, we don't think that happened, but the lack of trust. It really came down to people believing, not trusting each other and not trusting the motivation of their neighbors and their colleagues, and that's a problem. Relationship between the school division and political leaders in the county need to improve. You know that the relationships between the leadership in the school division, the superintendent in particular, and some political leaders has not been positive. The community knows it, and that, again, we're not in any way, shape, or form taking sides here. That's not what we're here to do. But a new superintendent needs to know that there has been this divide, and the community is aware of it, and it does not serve schools well. So that's what we heard from stakeholders, and Brad is going to talk about desired characteristics that extended from this information.
On that last slide, we do recognize relationships is an R word and trust is a T word, and it's not quite alphabetical, and we'll get that fixed before you post it. Consistently reported themes, again, we always ask, our third question that we ask all our focus groups is what type of person is going to work best, who's going to be a successful superintendent, what are their qualities and skills. So this is what we heard, and it was in wide unanimity of agreement that these are the things you're really looking for. Communicates and connects with parents and all citizens, caring and open, and this openness gets back to, they want the person to engage with the parents and be open to the parents, show up at things, be there, be visible in schools. I think we actually have some more bullets about that. Collaborative with the community, the schools, and especially the government structure of BCPS, Town of Bedford, and the County of Bedford. Or Town of Bedford, the County of Bedford. There's a huge desire that all those bases get touched, and quite frankly, the success of the Bedford schools depends upon all those entities getting touched and open and transparent with the Bedford schools. Engage, supports, and seeks the input of teachers. I expect what Ann was just talking about. Listen to the staff, give input to the staff, and let them be part of the decision-making process. A lot of people told us about that. This was important to some people. Not so much rural experience, but they want school-based people. They want, small is fine, medium is good. They don't need somebody coming from a large area that's just going to use a stepping stone back to a larger area. So this is very important. It would be an instructional leader. I never heard the words we need a non-traditional candidate. They definitely want somebody to speak clean instruction. The systematic thinker who is proactive and not reactive. I think they recognize they spent a lot in your current approach, and they don't want that to change. Teaching experience, and I'm coming back to what I was just talking about. Teaching experience, school administrative experience, and a terminal degree. And I have to admit, in Bedford, I heard this more than I normally hear, which is many, many people would like a doctorate on the candidates that you look at. Honesty, integrity, transparency, all critical attributes, willing to listen, observe, while learning the division. And this was a common theme. Do not start changing things. We don't want somebody who comes in the first 30 days and changes. You don't even want somebody who comes in the first 6 months. First, learn what is Bedford, what is the culture of Bedford, how do we function, who should have input. In other words, take a very deliberate approach to can you make us better, but don't tip over the apple cart because we like the way it is right now. Study and analyze BCPS current programs, develop a long-range strategic plan, and this kind of goes back to the bullet right before it. Everybody recognizes, in fact, I heard this expression quite a few times, we need a fresh set of eyes. And so I think, engaging with the board and the community to develop a long-range strategic plan would go miles, because strategic plans are not overnight changes. They are truly 3 to 5 year programs that require deliberate action. We're going to wait for your questions to the end, and then you can go anywhere you want, but I'm going to go on to the executive summary of the online survey. There's 2 more slides here with that, and then I'm going to show you just a blurry picture that I'll describe why I'm showing it to you. So these are the 5 statements on this page, on page 9. They are perceived to be the Bedford Division strengths, and these go back to what we already have seen in the focus groups. Technology, very, very well recognized. And these are people responding to the online survey. Bedford employees will take the teachers, administrators, support staff, so again, that gets back to the quality of staff. This one, we don't really ask the question of in the focus groups, but it is amazing that everybody picked this out. It's a great one to have. Bedford schools are safe. There's personalized instructional strategies to address individual learning needs, special education gifted. And we certainly heard in our focus group, some people feel special education is not where it should be, but overall in these survey responses, it was still recognized. And then employees are held accountable to very high standards. So that's fascinating. There's wide agreement. I'll show you that on 2 slides from now. Then we get to on the online survey, what were the people looking for? And of course, you have those choices to force rank there or to pull out. So again, we get back to this mutual trust and respect amongst faculty, staff, and administrators. Here comes transparent communication again, and be visible. Those are the things we really emphasize back in our focus group report out. And then recruit, employ, and retain effective personnel throughout the division and schools. You're suffering from teacher shortages, just like many divisions in special ed and sciences and math. You're also looking at retention. You're also looking at a more diverse workforce. So again, everybody seems to go there. And then understanding be sensitive to the needs of a diverse student population in the 5. So now I'm going to show you a very blurry slide, but the important thing is the visual aspect of it. It is rare. This is the distribution by category. The first column is what everybody responded to. And then we go community members, the first column is administrators, community members, parents, students, support staff, and teachers. But if you look at the first item, which is foster a positive professional climate of mutual trust and respect among faculty, staff, and administrators, I'm not sure I've ever seen every group put that as their number one thing. I got 58% of the respondents saying that. Provide transparent communication. Only one group stopped out of that, and that was the students, but they had it as number 3. Then you get to be visible throughout the district and actively engaged in the community life. Again, extreme, same commitment to that thing very strongly. Only the parents dropped that down to number 4 of their choice. And then you scatter some down below. But this is beyond you getting the record number of students. You may have the record for most blue boxes up on that top in all unanimity. It's amazing to me how much Bedford speaks almost as one voice, despite what we heard about the zones and the differences and all that. So it's just a fascinating look. Now, on both of these reports, I need to say to the public and the press, and of course the board knows this, there's a 35-page report, or 34 pages from Ann and I that detail everybody's response, and it goes through a lot of what we've just gone through, and that, barring typos that we've been fixing all along the way, and we'll probably have just a few more, we will post that as a final product, both on your website and on our website, because the applicants love to see it. There's also, about a 14 or 15-page thing about the online survey. And again, that will be posted because that goes into a little more detail than we've done on these 3 slides here tonight. But all that, again, with our own transparency, we want to say, this is what we heard, this is what we said, and quite frankly, if you were one of Ann and my meetings, you probably can find your quote for whatever you gave us. We tried to pretty much verbatim take everything down. Let me move on to the end here, and it's interesting, Ms. Kirby, you started with that first phrase. This is the desired characteristics. If we go to the next slide. We are just in the process of recruiting and advertising. Heavy advertising has been in place, but we're not recruiting. We're calling people. You gave us as a community and as members many, many names to follow up on. You gave us internal names. You gave us Virginia names. You gave us across the United States names. So we are following up on all those, but with complete transparency, not knowing Ms. Kirby is going to say that tonight. I can tell you, you've got a wide pool coming, and there's no person at the front of the league yet because the screening interviews are just now beginning to get scheduled. So we're in the early throes of deciding who the board's going to see as their candidate. But one of the things we know is we took all that we have learned, and we want to kind of post this as what we're really looking like. Now, a lot of this looks like desired characteristics, but we read it more like a job listing, which is the ability to utilize and implement instructional programs that value technology and teaching. And it's a component of teaching, but balancing technology with direct teacher instruction is an extremely important issue for Bedford. As Ann said, there's people on both sides of that issue. There's people in the middle on that issue, but it's something a new superintendent's going to have to absolutely deal with and address the issues, or the disparate views on that viewpoint. Accessibility to staff, county government, community groups, we talked about that. The adaptability and developing professional presence through high visibility, we talked about that. Engage and collaborate with the board, staff, and community in a transparent style. It's almost, like bullet number 2, we probably could eliminate almost. The rural suburban teaching administrators experience that serves as the foundation for understanding, and it's a long educational phrase there, but you see what we're trying to get at, which is you want to make academic achievement for all high for all students, but you also want to make sure you meet all students' needs. Next slide. Demonstrate community engagement and transparency. Again, coming back with the trust, honesty, and integrity is there. And when we say demonstrate, when we're screening these candidates, it's not enough that they tell us, oh yeah, I'm trustful, I'm very honest and integrity. It's give us examples, then we check their references. By putting this there, we are putting a marker in the sand that we will check this out to make sure that the candidates we present to you have this trust, honesty, and integrity. And then, of course, there's a huge extensive background check on the final candidates. Demonstrate proven skills in building a governance model that's inclusive of excellent working relationships with the board, staff, parents, and governmental agencies in the county and especially the community. Skills leadership and curriculum and program development, research-based, evidence-based, supported by well-planned and sequence implementation. In other words, do you have experience and can you show us examples of that? We want to see division-wide achievement results that have raised the bar of accomplishment by reducing the achievement gaps between and among all student groups. Very, very important. You actually have a track record of that. Last slide here, demonstrate creativity in the development of educational working environment. It's well managed, fairly evaluated, inclusive, and holds all employees accountable. That's a strength that we noted, but we want to make sure that continues. Human resources skills were very often mentioned, and of course, a diverse candidate and retaining and decreasing turnover would be important. Very important here. This bullet be able to be certified as a Virginia superintendent. There's alternative routes you can go as a Virginia superintendent, but when I talked to Patty Pitts in Richmond, she always said, Brad, no board has ever asked us to actually certify an alternative candidate. So although the rules on the book, they don't often do that, so we want people who will certify easily. Solid track record of increasing responsibilities and success. And of course, for Bedford, from what we heard, you definitely want a teacher, administrator in a medium-sized school division or to experience as a superintendent. I asked many of the board members and other administrators, is prior experience to superintendent critical? And they said, no, it could be, a strong deputy and associate or something like that. And then this last one, I even added strongly preferred because, again, some people say, yeah, if this is the doctorate, that'd be nice. And we sometimes just put preferred, but for Bedford, we put strongly preferred. So I know I talked faster than Ann, but we did that in 27 minutes. I'm going to look for all your questions. I will say I want to thank Diana Johnson. She did a fantastic job. It's not you pulling all these groups together and scheduling this. Diana, if you're in the room, thank you very, very much, and we really appreciate your help. And your staff was very accommodating too, and they were very conscientious about making sure they were where they needed to be and online with us. They took time to email us after our focus Zoom meetings with either additional comments and or people we should be pursuing. So I just want to thank the entire community. You did a great job in reaching out to us and keeping us safe through Zoom and all that stuff, so we really appreciate it. So I'm open to your questions.
Anyone have any questions?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
I do, kind of. Mr. Drager, I just had a question. If you could maybe explain a little bit more about how the ideal candidate might be able to balance that rural suburban divide that you mentioned as one of the characteristics. I mean, I know there are some counties in our state that do have that very strong suburban rural split, but like how would you see that person, what characteristics do you think they would have?
Mr. Johnson, thanks for that question. As you were asking the question, I'm thinking, well, who would this rule out? And, New York City is a large school system. If the person had grown up in New York City school system as a teacher and administrator and maybe in the cabinet in New York City, I'd say that's definitely not what I would call rural or suburban. Beyond that, people don't come in perfect packages. There are some counties that are very small, but I went from 188,000 students in Fairfax down to 6,200 students in Livingston, New Jersey, my experience. And the only difference I really noticed from going from huge to small was there was greater access to the superintendent. There's many layers before you get to the superintendent, but I think, you know, if you had a great rural person apply, and I felt they had a lot of the other qualities, they're gonna get in the mix. If you had a suburban person who maybe worked in a, let me give you an example, maybe the Newport News area, is that rural? Probably not. But if they have great experience there, and maybe taught in a smaller county, I think that might meet the criteria. It's a suggestion you kind of know it when you see it, but again, if you spend all your time in Miami-Dade, if you spend all your time in New York City or in the Houston school system, I don't think that's gonna be a good fit for them. You know what I mean?
I do, especially if they're coming from Miami here in the winter. They will notice, yes. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Thanks for a great report.
Thank you, Mr. Drager, we appreciate it.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir, it doesn't seem like we're gonna have any more questions for you at this time.
All right, we really appreciate you. Thanks very much.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You are
muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star 6.
Thank you very much. That's easy, like, Okay, we'd like to open up this portion of the meeting for public comment. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 25 minutes. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they are the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, and organization and group if applicable. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 25-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as the timekeeper for the individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 3 minutes have expired, while Dr. Shook will serve as the timekeeper for the cumulative 25-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Mr. Edwards, do we have anybody signed up?
Madam Vice Chair, one individual is signed up, Lindsay Hatfield, with the Student Accountability Alliance. However, I see no one that I don't recognize in the audience tonight.
Well, does anyone here wish to speak? You got anything, Crystal?
I'm good.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll close the public comment portion. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
I have a first, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second by Mr. Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Let's go on to item 9.01, community facilities use during COVID-19. Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. At the October board meeting, the board requested a staff recommendation regarding the potential expanded use of school facilities to outside groups. As a reminder, the use of our school facilities by community groups this year has been restricted while we remain in phase 3 of Virginia's COVID-19 response. During phase 3, we have allowed only YMCA childcare and outdoor recreation sports facility use. In light of community COVID trends, and after consulting with lots of folks, including our district's advisory team, principals, health officials, other school districts, community groups, we continue to recommend maintaining current restrictions with the exception of allowing additional community use of outside facilities. So for example, the use of parking lots for a community group wishing to do a holiday activity or an outdoor church service type of use request. course, the board may also wish to consider how the addition of any school-sponsored athletic activities, which are scheduled to begin in December, according to VHSL's timeline, may impact facility use restrictions. And there may be, I think there's going to be some information about that discussed later in the meeting. I think it's important just to note, if the board wishes to continue the current facility use restrictions as we're currently operating, you really don't need to take any action. We'll just continue with those. And if you wish to allow indoor community facility use, we will need to, I just want to make sure that it's clear, we need to charge outside groups additional funds for cleaning the facility after use. It's my recommendation that we do that cleaning ourselves with our staff who have been trained in doing that all year so far. And that's a cost on our facility use agreement of $22 an hour for one of our custodians. And the total cost would vary depending upon the size of the facility and the length of time needed to clean it. So I anticipate that we won't be asked for use of indoor facilities by Parks and Rec. I don't think I don't want to speak for them about their plans for upcoming seasons, but I think there are some discussions about modifications and alterations to those programs that the county agency's making for winter sports. And we have been approached by at least one church group to resume rental agreements heading into the winter season. So just wanted to give you that information, and it's our recommendation that we do expand use, but still continue to limit that to outdoor use by other community groups other than Parks and Rec. I'd be happy to answer any questions or any other information if you have.
Mr. Hill?
Can you talk to us about YMCA childcare? I want to understand the full gamut of what is done inside of our facilities with the use of YMCA childcare.
I can take an initial stab at that. I know that Dr. Woodford and Dr. Miller have been working directly with those programs. In most of our elementary and middle schools, YMCA is offering before and after school care. They did that in all the schools where they had a critical number, in order to make the program work. They're operating under some pretty concrete and direct cleaning protocols, grouping protocols, and they're limited to certain, limited portions of the building. Dr. Woodford, would you add anything else to that?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that we've ensured is that they stay in one area. They have separate entrances and exits. Parents are not allowed to come in to check the students out. They have to make themselves at the door, call in, and then children are walked out. They follow all of our mitigation and cohort strategies of students stay in the same cohorts they're in during the day. And they work with our custodians to follow our cleaning protocols. And as much as possible, they actually stay outdoors when the weather is nice so that the kids are in fresh air. But the students do wear masks and everything just like they do during the school day.
So is it just the kids that attend that school that are attending the YMCA?
That's correct. For this year, the only exception to that is Bedford Primary and Bedford Elementary because they have siblings and they ride the same school buses. So we do bring over the Bedford Primary students to Bedford Elementary.
So we're mixing those kids.
Only because they ride the same bus and they're typically from the same family.
How many COVID cases have we had by mixing those kids?
At Bedford Primary and Elementary?
Of the combination of mixing those kids?
None that I'm aware of. Bedford Primary and Elementary?
So by mixing two different sets of students, there's been no COVID cases? Okay. Are we charging the YMCA $22 an hour for cleanup?
No.
Why not?
Because we're ensuring that they're following those same protocols.
So we don't think outside agencies who are gonna have our kids inside of those facilities would have the same interest of doing the same thing?
Let me clarify. The YMCA does some cleaning in the area where they are. Our custodians do follow behind in those areas with our own cleaning. And that was part of the agreement with the Y at the beginning.
So why wouldn't we offer that same to anyone else who wants to use our facilities for our children? You don't have to answer that, but
Good.
my next question would be, let's see here. You said it was YMCA and who's the other that's using it? Outdoor rec sports facility. Where are they using the restroom?
I think in most cases, Parks and Rec has provided portable ones.
So we're providing portable restrooms
We're not.
on our facilities?
Parks and Rec has set up.
Are our janitors cleaning those outdoor facilities?
No.
Are we charging $22 an hour for those cleanups after they leave?
They're outdoors. No.
They're outdoors, but they're still touching our property, right? And we have those same kids going in and out of those outdoor facilities not being cleaned. How many COVID cases have we experienced from outdoor use?
We've had a number of quarantines due to outdoor sports in the county.
At our facilities?
I'm not aware of any at our facility.
That's my question. So of using our facilities, we've had no cases.
Well, quite honestly, I can't say that we could answer that because we're not doing the contact tracing. That would be a part of the health
We can't
services
say that we
team.
have had them, right?
No, I can't say
Okay,
affirmatively, but I also can't
Okay,
refute that.
That's what I'm looking for. In light of community COVID trends and after consultation with the district's advisory team, can you tell us who that advisory team consists of?
Our advisory team has 40
About 40, yeah.
40 members, staff members from every school, some of whom are also parents, a number of students from our high schools. And we talked through this issue, had them discuss it. A little over half of the group favored a little over 70% favored leaving everything outside, but the larger percentage of that was okay with other groups using outside facilities, not just our county parks and rec.
So of those 70%, what percentage of those people either A, have kids who participate in sports or are kids that participate in sports?
I don't know.
So we've got people who may not have an interest in sports making decisions about sports?
Well, I think we asked them for input about our facility use, not about sports specifically.
Who's the principals that said no?
I don't have a list of.
Who is the principals that we questioned?
This was a topic of a division-wide principals meeting, just to get input about the nature of who might be wanting to use facilities and what concerns were with having them cleaned and just a general.
Having them cleaned, but we said we were gonna charge $22 an hour, so what's the problem in having them cleaned?
I think that's why that recommendation is there, because we want to make sure they are cleaned appropriately.
So are all of our principals part of that advisory committee?
No, not all principals are part
Okay,
of the
so
advisory.
who are the principals that are on that advisory committee?
There's just one principal, is that correct?
Yes.
This year, is that Dr. Trosper? I think. We can look that up and get
So
back.
that should say principal.
We also discussed it in a principals
Yeah, I
meeting.
think all the
of
principals as a group discussed it, just like the entire advisory team discussed
Do
it.
we know what percentage of principals have kids that participate in sports?
I don't.
Health officials, who does that pertain? Who does that include?
Well, it includes our nurses who are doing the contact tracing on a daily basis. It also involves weekly or I don't know if they're weekly, but I think they are weekly meetings. spearheaded by the Health Department, Central Health of all the school districts in the region, as well as our Health Department Director.
Okay. What percentage of our students have had COVID?
I don't know the answer to that.
I need to know that answer, so I don't know if you can get that, but I think that's something that needs to be answered before we make a decision if facilities stay closed or not.
Is that just students?
Well, I mean, it sounds like principals and other community, whoever had decisions in this, I'd kind of like a percentage broken down by each group. I mean, for them to be making decisions about 10,000 plus or minus Bedford County students to be able to use facilities.
If I could say, Mr. Hill, we weren't asking them to make a decision. We were engaging them on a topic, and that's what we do with advisory, and that's what I do with my colleagues, and that's what we do with our principals.
Understand.
It wasn't a vote, it wasn't a percentage. We were trying to gauge kind of where sentiments were generally to try to form consensus. And I think that's all Dr. Dewis is relating, and certainly we'll respect wherever you all wish to go.
And that's
with
fair,
this.
but I wanted to know what data was given to this group to make that decision, and then what percentage of that group has an interest in the things that we would approve to take place in these facilities. So I don't know if that data was provided to them. It doesn't sound like you have those exact numbers. And then the overall concern about COVID, I'm interested to know what percentage of our students in these facilities have had them. So I don't know if you can provide that. It sounds like you can. I just have a concern that we want to keep our facilities closed to outside organizations that include our kids who are already participating in these things that would take place in our facilities if we were to open it back up. Case in point, basketball. Because we're not willing to open our facilities, our kids are traveling an hour to 2 hours away from Bedford County, intermingling with other students or kids from other counties, and guess what? We show up to school on Monday morning. So we're doing a disservice to our students and to our families not to allow them to use these facilities. $22 an hour. Every person that I've talked to is willing to pay a cleaning fee if that's what it takes to be able to get back into our facilities. I'm done.
Dr. Dewis, can I just piggyback for just a second? I don't mean to keep you on hot seat. But didn't you say that you have talked to the Bedford Rec Department and they have plans to work at, or to play in the gym, the county gym over across from the sheriff's office?
Yeah, I'm not sure they've put out their full plan and schedule. I think my early conversations with the directors of the administrators of the program is that they're definitely going to downscale and modify theirs to try to limit the number of facilities, maybe the one that's centrally located that the county owns, and try to operate it that way. They feel like they can do that safely, have enough staff to monitor and clean and do all the things they know they need to do.
And out of our facilities, and I know we've talked, but we have rec sports, which under normal circumstances, they would be playing basketball there, but it sounds like they're not going to use it at this time. Do we have any AAU teams that rent out our facilities?
We have in the past had them. That's not many.
But have any specified an interest for now?
I have not heard of any at this time. None that have come to me. Typically, those requests go to the principals of the schools, but none have come to my attention recently.
Okay, so we really don't have any athletic organizations that are interested in even using our gyms.
I've not heard of any at this point, yeah.
Okay, and what you said it was one church organization?
As far as I know, we have had a number of churches in different schools over the year. I know one is particularly interested to transition back when they can.
Which school is that?
That is the Churcha has been renting Thomas Jefferson Elementary.
And they meet inside?
They have not been meeting inside.
But, and during non-COVID times?
Yes, indeed, they have
Of course,
used.
during outside,
school
during the winter.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Just curious about the church rental. Where do they typically meet in the school? Is it in the gym, in the cafeteria? I mean, is it in standard learning spaces
I
or?
think it's been in both larger facilities. I think that TJ, it was the cafeteria. Sometimes it's been the gym at other facilities. And when they have branched out into other Sunday school activities and classes, they have at times used other classrooms as well.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I would like to make a comment that with the projected increase in COVID cases due to the winter coming on, that I would be in favor of accepting the administration's recommendation that we keep the status the way it is now.
Even with the outside use facility?
And yes,
So with or without outside use?
with outside use. Inside use, no.
Still restricted, okay.
Okay, well, I think for clarification, we should break this up into two separate motions. Do I have a motion regarding the inside use of Bedford County facilities by outside organizations?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we keep the policy that we currently have on inside use of school facilities.
In other words, keeping them closed to outside
Correct.
use. Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second?
I second.
I have a first and a second. Any more questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
No.
Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board, please?
Ms. Hairston?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
5 yeses, 1 no.
So the motion passes that the inside facilities will stay closed. Do I have a motion regarding the outside facilities?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the recommendation to allow outside activities on school grounds.
Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second, any more questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Fiscal year 2022 budget calendar, Mr. Hagler.
Yes, in front of you is the budget calendar for next year. I did make one change that the board had recommended, that there would be a discussion about the budget and some items at the December board meeting, so that was inserted. And the rest of it remained the same from presentation we made at the last board meeting. So that's presented for you for approval.
Do I have a motion that we accept the fiscal year 2022 budget calendar?
So, Madam Chair.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions?
Just that, you know, we can alter this if we need to as we're moving forward. Is that correct?
It's amendable?
Yes, that's correct, because sometimes the state delays. So there's a lot of factors that come into play that you may need to add meetings or make changes as we go forward. But it's customary to put out, you need to put out a budget calendar that this is the plan for right now. Yep.
Any more questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Policy updates, Ms. Sexton.
Yes, just the policies I brought to you the last board meeting. If you have any further questions or anything that I can get anyone else to answer for you about those.
Do I have a motion to accept the policies as presented?
I so move, Madam Chair.
Have a first, do I have a second?
I second.
I have some questions on some of these.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Now, Dr. Hicks, we'll open up questions.
Yes, policy JECD, do we get state funding for part-time enrollments now?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Okay, and
I believe the criteria for that is they have to, is it 2 courses?
Yes, except for JROTC
Except for
now.
this.
This particular policy, JROTC students can come and we do receive partial funding for them, and they don't have to take courses. Any other partial enrollees who are homeschooled have to take, 1 course for every, Susie Gibson course they take.
Elective, right.
Yeah, elective.
so it's like prorated on how much time they're at school or how many periods, or how does that work?
There is a proration on that. It's calculated with our data that we submit, our ADM, in the fall and the spring. So it is the amount we get is prorated.
Okay. And my next question is, are homeschool students who are not part-time still not allowed to participate in VSHL sports?
Any homeschool student that takes 5 classes with us can participate, but the minimum requirement is 5 classes. You have to be enrolled in 5 and pass 5, and that's for any student.
Okay.
So theoretically, if a student was a homeschool student and they took 5 classes with us during the year, then they would meet the eligibility requirements.
Okay. And I do have some other questions. Hang on a second, let me pull up the policy. The student conduct policy, JFC. I like the statement that's in there that that principals have the authority to exercise judgment and discretion in enforcing the Code of Student Conduct. I would be hesitant to take that phrase out because I don't see it mentioned anywhere else. And I also like the wording in the second and third paragraphs of that under parent involvement about the obligations and responsibilities of the students and the parents. I think that they do have certain obligations and responsibilities for their conduct. And I don't see that spelled out anywhere else.
I'll say just on your first point that the Code of Student Conduct we have in place offers a range of disciplinary consequences for specific infractions. And in that, there's a clear range of discretion that an administrator has, which, to be honest, has increased in the last few drafts because of just a recognition that's important, and sometimes situations dictate a different response. And so I think that was the VSBA attorney's recommendation, just to remove the language about that discrepancy, but certainly that shows up in the Code of Conduct very clearly in specific infractions.
And the part about the parents and students having obligations and responsibilities for student conduct, is that spelled out anywhere else?
I think clearly our Code of Student Conduct has all sorts of language in there about accountability and support from home and expectations from home. But you're right about the policy, that it would, that's a companion document to this policy, but if the policy needs to state that, it certainly can.
Well, I think that it should be spelled out in the policy as well as the Code of Student Conduct.
So the paragraph that starts, all parents are expected to assume responsibility.
Pardon me?
The paragraph that states all parents are
Yes.
expected to assume responsibility. That we would not strike through that paragraph.
Correct. That would be my suggestion.
I like that.
So does the motion need to be amended?
Well, do you have any more questions, Dr.
No,
Hicks?
I don't.
Okay, anyone else have any questions? Okay, and you made the motion, didn't you, Mr. Johnson? No, who made the motion? Dr. Mealy. Okay, we have a discrepancy here, but you made the motion to accept policy updates as presented. Do you wish to amend your motion?
So we wish to amend the motion, including the wording that Dr. Hicks has, and I'll let him repeat that.
So, but we're looking at approval of every other policy except for policy JECB. Is that correct, Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so is that the motion that we
JFC.
JFC.
JFC?
Sorry, you're
Okay,
right.
I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. So we have a motion, there was a motion, so we just want to exclude JFC, correct?
And vote on that one separately.
And vote on that one separately. So, do we have a motion to accept these policies as presented with the exception of policy JFC?
I so move that we accept these policies except for JFC.
Okay, do I have a first? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a first by Dr. Mealy, second by Dr. Hicks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? And Dr. Hicks, would you like to make a motion for policy JFC?
All right, hang on just one second. I would like for policy JFC to include the third paragraph, just one second. I can't find it now, just.
That's fine, take your time.
I think it's the fourth paragraph under parental involvement and responsibility.
Yes, that policy JFC should include the fourth paragraph under parental involvement and responsibility.
Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Hicks. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Harrison. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Dr. Hicks.
On to item 9.04, policy JCD. Mr. Blankenship?
Hello again. We've talked about this policy 3 meetings now. And at the October meeting, it was suggested that we develop a universal consideration to allow siblings under certain conditions to attend school where their brothers and sisters attend. And so we have put in a universal consideration, a third bullet under universal considerations that reads, students enrolling in the same school as an older sibling if the school has a projected utilization below 95%. I think there was some debate last time about what percentage would be used, and so if that school has a capacity utilization rate that's below 95%, then these siblings would be allowed in, younger siblings of students that were already there.
Perfect. Okay, do I have a motion to accept policy JCD as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Hicks. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Second by Ms. Hairston. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Policy is accepted. Move on to item 10.01, 2020-2021. Yeah, it's a mouthful. School year update. Dr. Shook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, our presentation will be shorter than we've done in previous months, but we do have 3 topics that we feel like are important to provide updates to the board and to any of our public that are either present or tuning in. We've kind of outlined these on our board docs. We're going to start with Dr. Woodford about the second semester and some of the selections that families have made for their children, either switching to in-person or blended from Bedford Connects or switching the other direction into the Bedford Connects. We also have asked Mr. Hagler to update. He went to the Board of Supervisors last month following our meeting, and we just want you to be informed of that action if you're not already up to speed on that. And then maybe the most anticipated item from many members of our community, we do, with December coming up and the VHSL winter season's scheduled to begin, Dr. Francis is going to give you an update on athletics and get any discussion around that. Obviously, you all may have other questions related to this, but I think I'll just start with Dr. Woodford if that's okay and kind of get this thing rolling.
Thank you. As you know, on October 19th, we sent out forms to parents that were interested in changing their learning option for the second semester. We sent out multiple notifications. We sent out call outs to families. We asked principals to put it on their website, call outs. We put it on our Facebook website. So we tried to get the word out as best as possible. All forms were due on November the 2nd. And we made sure that we expressed that there was a specific window because there were so many changes that we would then have to accommodate with staff and those types of things. So when the form closed on November the 2nd, we had 664 forms for learners who wanted to change their selection for the second semester. We had 482 students that requested to switch from the 100% remote option to the in-person or blended models. And we had 182 that requested to switch from in-person or blended to Bedford Connects. I will say the very interesting thing is the majority of our younger students are the ones who are coming out of remote and going back to the school. And I just want to say I think that that has a lot to do with how well our schools have done with in-person learning, and I think parents are feeling very comfortable with their students coming back into the building. And so I applaud all of our principals for the hard work there. And a lot of our students switching to Bedford Connects are our blended learning students who are doing 2 days virtual and who are keeping their grades up and find that that's a good option for them. And so once that form closed, we put together the information by school with student information. Principals received the names of those students and their desired learning option changes. And then they began to evaluate the space in their building, staff. I have met with any principal individually who has concerns about space or the need for more staffing. As you know, we moved staff to Bedford Connects to cover the students who were there. So obviously those staff members will start to bring some of those back to in-person learning. And so I'll finish out those meetings tomorrow. And then we'll begin to work with Bedford Connects and the schools to begin to adjust staffing. Our desire is to make sure that teachers who left schools to go to Bedford Connects, we will try to return them to the schools that they came from. And so it's not a perfect science because obviously they're not moving in batches of 25 here and there, but We're gonna do the best we can. Transportation has also begun to work on the new bus routes and adding students back onto buses or students who may be leaving, and making some route adjustments. Our high schools, there's not as much staff movement there, but they are looking individually at student schedules for second semester. Counselors are trying to make sure that students are getting their graduation requirements, that they're getting everything they need for the spring. They're really doing master scheduling almost again to make sure that those schedules are good. They're hoping to get that done by Thanksgiving. So that transportation can start working on the grades 7 through 12 transportation routes. I will say one really good piece of news. Mr. Hagler and I talked today about how our budget looks and our CARES money. And we will be able to continue to fund after school and before school childcare for our employees through the YMCA through the second semester to continue to help them with the change in work hours and so that their students have a safe place to go before and after school. So that's
Any
kind of.
questions for Dr. Woodford? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've spoken with a number of teachers, especially at the elementary level, and they've told me that when trying to reacclimate their youngest learners to the classroom and get caught up for the time away in the spring, that the small class sizes have been incredibly beneficial. And I've detected some angst as to what those class sizes might look like in the spring if there were a number of younger students returning to in-person instruction. What are we projecting at this point, would that look like?
Honestly, as I've met with principals, each room in their schools, they have measured specifically for that distancing. And so most of our classrooms will only hold between 14 and 16, depending on the size of the room, learners. And so what we're looking at as I'm meeting with principals is, do they have capacity in the current rooms by adding maybe 1 or 2 learners? And then that's where we may be opening a new classroom to bring some learners back. So really the class sizes probably won't change from what they are now. It's really a matter of bringing the staff who've been working with those students in Bedford Connects back to in-person to support those teachers. So I don't see, as we've looked at things with I've looked at things with the principals, that class sizes will increase that much because we have to maintain that physical distancing.
So for the most part, classes would be added to the building, not additional students added to existing classes.
Right. Now, we do have some classes that only have 9 or 10 students in them now because of the number of students who went to Bedford Connects. So obviously those classes have some capacity in room. And I will say our elementary schools have done a really nice job as parents have reached out or teachers have reached out with concerns about our youngest learners connecting with them. They've been bringing students back as much as they can, even up to this point. And so we have some capacity in some buildings, and we'll make sure we open classrooms and bring staff back before we overload a classroom.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Woodford, my question would be, in terms of the number of students who selected to go to Bedford Connect or to make these changes, I'm just kind of curious district-wide what that distribution looked like. Did we find that most of these students wanting the changes came from perhaps maybe the Stanton River side or the Liberty?
So the ones wanting to go from, I want to make sure I understand, from in-person to remote. Honestly, our 3 high schools were almost the same, our 7 through 12. They had almost as many wanting to come back in person as they had wanting to go remote. So it was a very, as Dr. Cornett said, it was almost a wash, and it was actually made staffing pretty easy for them, and so they're not really seeing a big shifts in staffing there. Honestly, in our elementary, it was pretty even across the board. Our smaller elementaries had between 8 and 15. Our larger elementaries were getting on up to 25, 30 students, so it was pretty much even across the board. So Yeah, we definitely had more kids wanting to come back in our K-6 than our 7 through 12.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Dr. Woodford? Mr. Hagler?
Yes, at the last meeting, brought some supplemental appropriations, two of them. One was for the initial CARES Act money the county received and allocated that 1.5 million to us. The second one was what the state had allotted to Bedford County month and a half ago, which we have a deadline to spend that by the end of December. That was about 1.6 million. Took that before the Board of Supervisors. Both of those were approved. Little bit of dialogue that I had with them, but I did also want to make sure I related to them some transparency on some things that may happen the rest of the year, and they appreciated that. Really relating to them that our ending balance might be larger depending on what the state still takes action on once they get back in session in January, especially with enrollment loss, if that comes our way. So I wanted to relate that to them that our ending balance might be larger. I was asked if some of that money could be spent for some of these maintenance projects, and I said that would be up to our board, but I would imagine so. So happy to report that they appreciated that and they approved both of the supplemental appropriations. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Hagler? Looks like you're in the clear. But I'm afraid you won't be, Dr. Francis.
Yeah, I don't think when I get to the end. Well, good evening, and I'm going to bring you up to speed on the recent decision by the VHSL and the Governor's Executive Order 67 to allow sports to take place, and divisions really have to look at how they're going to move forward and so forth. So I have some outlines here. What I can do is I'll start and just kind of go through each of the bullet points we talked about, but I'll give you a chance to ask questions at any of those because there may be some clarification there. First of all, the guidelines are on the VHSL website. If anyone needs that, you just email me and I will send you a copy. These are outlined for every division. Some of the things you need to understand, though, when you look at this, it does give some general guidelines as far as overall, and then it gets sport-specific to each sport. Now, we really focused when we met with the principals and ADs and some other staff members on looking at winter right now because winter sports practice would begin December 7th. The first contest date would be December 21st. So looking at the guidelines right now, one of the things that you will notice in this document, there's wording like must, required, should, and recommended. There's a lot of should and recommended. That means they're advising you to do that, but they're leaving it up to schools and school divisions and districts and regions to make some judgment calls there. Where it says must and required, those are non-negotiables. And so those are things that you have to do to meet the guidelines that they've set forth. One of the questions that came out of the webinar was what happens if you don't? Well, the first violation is a $300 fine, and the second violation is you're suspended from sports activity for that school for the rest of the year. So there is some teeth here if you do not follow where it says must and required. So some people ask that. So any questions about the must, required, should? Yes.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Miller.
Dr. Francis, with that must and require, who's going to monitor that?
It is up to the schools, the ADs, and the principals. It's just like any sportsmanship violation. If you're doing something that you're not, if you're not doing the things that are required, obviously, if there's a report of that and you have an investigation by the VHSL, and many times there's things like video of games and those type of things, then they would review that.
Did I read that? I just scanned it really, but did I scan it correctly that like not players when they're engaged in the sport, but any spectators or anyone else would be required to wear a mask?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm Mr. Smith and I say I'm not wearing a mask.
It said should, because that question was asked, and Mr. Dolan at VHSL said, we can't require it because you may have someone with a health issue.
Right.
So it says should. Now, if there's, so that was a question, so it's not, it does not say required. Now, it talks about athletes. You're required to wear a mask when you're not participating.
Right.
That's required. For spectators, it says should.
And did I read it also correctly? They were supposed to maintain they were required to maintain social distance?
It says the athletes have to, yes, they're required to maintain social distance on the bench. So you have to move them 6 feet apart. You may have to use your bleachers and some things like that.
What about spectators?
It's recommended that that is done and that the seating is by pods or groups so that you would maybe have things where you would have the big thing I think that we talked about, and I'll get into attendance, is you really want to know who's coming before the game so that you can assign seating. And basically, if you have a family of 2 or 3 that might be coming, they can sit together. Then you have other parts of your bleachers that the next row you would not sit, and then you would do it that way. So the idea is that for most people, it would be, you would know who was going to be there. It would not be just selling tickets at the door. And so, so when I get into attendance, that's something I'll talk about, the requirements and so forth. But the idea is you would seat them on an assigned seat, and they would have their area, and you space people out.
And again, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Who's gonna monitor that this family isn't moving or that child isn't going to see their friend who's sitting with another family?
That would be the school officials there and the workers to make sure that people are not going, if they had that situation, they would have to address it. If someone did not follow the guidelines, they would be removed. Just like any time, if you have any fan doing something that's not appropriate, now obviously I think you would talk to them first and say, we need you to sit here with your group and so forth. But at the end, if they were not following that, the school would be obligated to take action. So. All right, programs. One of the big questions is, and discussion has been, what programs do you play? Do you play varsity only, varsity JV, or varsity JV and middle school? Most of the administrators and groups that I've talked to would like to play all 3 through middle school. Now, there are some challenges when you play all 3. One of the challenges is you have to use the middle school facilities because you have to space people and run your practices and clean and so forth. So even though we have our 7th and 8th graders at the high schools, we would still have to use our middle school gyms and so forth for practice facilities and probably game situations possibly because of the fact that you really have to have time to clean in between practices and do some things like that. Another concern about having students is that A-Day, B-Day track. You have practices every day, typically. You may have an A student that comes Monday and Thursday. If they're not there Tuesday and Friday, they have to get transportation to practice. So that's going to put a requirement on them to do that because they're not going to be at the school. Now, in many cases, especially at the varsity level, those practices have been later. Students drive, some of those type of things. But the middle school would still be a challenge because our 6th grade students finish up at 2:30. Our 7th and 8th graders finish at 3:30. There's an hour difference. We've allowed middle school students 6th through 8th grade to play this year. So that could be a few 6th graders that would make the team, and there would be an hour difference. The principals seem to think their communities could work that out, even if they have to do later practices for middle school and students are brought back. So those are things that we felt like we could work out. Now, that's all contingent, on what the other districts and school divisions do. If a district were to say, we're only going to play JV and varsity, well, you wouldn't have any middle school teams to play, even if you wanted to. Because the VHSL has asked us to stay in our district or at least in our geographic region to play, not travel to long distances to compete because they think that's a safer method. Attendance. Now, this is the one that really has got a lot of moving pieces, and we kind of touched on one there. The attendance right now is 250 max, or 50% capacity, whichever is less. For us, for all of our facilities, it would be 250. But that does include athletes, officials, coaches, workers, so forth. So basically, you have very few slots for anyone else.
This is just for indoor sports.
Outdoor and
Outdoor
out. Now, that, when we get to February, if the 250 is still in place, then it would be then. But, there's some requests going back and forth to move that to 1,000 possibly for the fall. But that's hasn't been decided. So at 250, you have very few spectators. That creates some challenges for the schools. We've had the schools go back to last year, the year before, and look at what they spent on officials, and they calculated at 60% because the schedule has been cut back to 60% of the games. And basically, at a minimum, it's about $20,000 per school. So you're looking at a minimum of $60,000 just to cover the cost of the officials.
Including JV and varsity?
That's all, that's middle school, JV, and varsity. That's all three levels. And as I said, that's kind of a starting point because there are gonna be so few spectators. Some of the districts are talking about not letting any spectators in. Some districts are talking about just parents on a guest list for the visiting team and the home team, along with coaches. So you might say each athlete in basketball gets 2 guests, their parents. Each coach gets 1 guest, maybe their spouse, something like that. So, that's how we would have to probably do that because the number is going to be small based on when you count up all the other people that have to be there, your workers and your officials and your team players and coaches and administration. So we didn't feel like for us it made sense to charge because you're not going to reap enough benefit to even come close to paying officials. You're not. And that would also create situations where people might say, well, we want to get as many in here as we can to that close to that 250. If you only have 200 in there because the teams only brought that many as with their parents and so forth, that's better than probably 250. It's easier to manage.
Can we interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
Or you want to wait? Okay, well, Ms.
No.
Harrison had actually asked first.
Oh, okay, all right. Dr. Francis, help me understand, what sports are we thinking of starting first
All right.
in December?
The winter sports that we would be looking at would be men's and women's basketball,
Okay,
wrestling, swimming, sideline cheerleading, and indoor track. And for some of those, like the swimming, that's a different scenario because typically you're at a outside organization like the Y or some type of aquatic center or something like that. You're not even going to be able to fit 250 fans in there, or even after you get the teams, you're not going to have very, very limited seating in an area like that. And indoor track is very similar to that unless you were somewhere like Liberty University that has a dedicated fan section. Most tracks, like if you were to go to the indoor track at Heritage High School, there's no real seating there. So you probably wouldn't have spectators at something like that. It's mainly would be things for wrestling and for basketball.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes, you said it was gonna be $20,000 per school, you thought, for the officials. So do we have any idea of where we would get this $60,000 since it's not coming in gate fees?
School board would have to fund it out of the budget. It would have to be funded out of our current budget because there's really, the schools have done that typically they fund it out of their concessions and their gate and so forth. You would not have concessions, obviously, for health reasons and so forth. So you're not gonna have funding that way, and you're not gonna have funding from ticket sales. So the only way a school or school division could do this is if they basically funded from their operating budget.
And one more question. You said that transportation, the kids would have to, for the A day, B day would have to have transportation. Well, what about those kids who may be playing but are disadvantaged kids and their parents literally can't afford the gas to do that?
I think families and community members would have to work together to get them there. Because I think that's one of those things that your teammates, so forth, may have to work together.
When there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
Because that's just, as I said, the reality of now, many times those practices are later at night, so someone is bringing them back. Now, we like to do the early practice for the younger students because they don't drive, but we definitely have to do things a little differently because spreading them out, because you can't have 3 teams in the gym at the same time. That's not gonna work. Wrestling, you can't have your whole team practice at the same time. You may have to split your team up. One might go from 5 to 6:30, and the other half go 6:30 to 8, something like that, because you can't put that many competitors in a closed facility like that.
Ms. Harrison, did you have?
Just to kind of piggyback off of my earlier question, so help me understand, Dr. Francis, and so I get it with the December, all the sports has been played in December, so after December, that runs from, that season is December to what?
February.
And then February, what sports are we looking at?
All right, February is fall. It would be looking at, hopefully I'll remember all these, football, volleyball, competition cheerleading,
Okay,
golf, cross country. I think that might be it.
I'm impressed, look at you, that's awesome.
And then after that, starting in, that runs February through about April, and then April
Okay.
through the end of the year would be all the spring sports.
Okay,
Which obviously, the fall and the spring sports are outside. So that's a little different than starting in the winter where you're in indoor facilities, so.
Except volleyball.
Yeah, excuse me, yes. No, volleyball is the one in the fall that is indoor. The rest are all outdoor,
okay,
cross country and so forth.
that's all, thank you.
All right,
Did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say, from a safety perspective, I mean, each one of these students are already having to go through, like, I think it's 10 questions. When you pull up, your kid has to answer all these questions and, certify that they don't have any type.
They're go with the COVID screening.
Exactly, so they're doing very well with the COVID screening.
Excuse me, Dr. Francis, Ms. Ricks.
Yeah, I have a question about transportation to away games. How's that gonna work?
all right, I'll jump down to there, cause, I've got that
sorry.
transportation. Obviously, we talked, Ms. Smith, one of the things that we're really gonna have to change is our time when we leave. We're not gonna be able to play games at 5 o'clock. It's gonna have to be later because we have to use our limited number of bus drivers to transport students to away competitions. Now, the same rules apply there. They have to wear a mask on the bus and one to a seat and so forth. So, for things like basketball and some of those, the teams aren't as large. But basically what we would be doing is probably leaving later. 4:30 would be like the earliest, but what we were hoping the districts would do is maybe push those game times, start times to say 6:30 or 7 o'clock. And do it that way so that we're not bumping up against getting our runs in for the middle school and the high school runs because they don't finish until about 4:30 for the high school. And so that's about as quickly as we can get them out. And it's gonna be a challenge to find enough bus drivers when you have multiple events. You know, but we think we can do that, but we're gonna have to work with the other school divisions they're gonna have to be flexible. And we are with them too, because they're probably in the same situation with transportation.
In basketball, you've got the JV game and the varsity game the same day, usually?
Well, usually, there's a lot of talk about how to do that. You could play them on different nights. You could play, say, the JV game on Monday night, varsity game on Tuesday, and then like say, if you did boys JV on Monday, boys varsity on Tuesday, girls JV on Wednesday, girls varsity on Thursday. If you don't do that, if you play two games in the same night, what the idea there is you would, after say the JV game is first, you would have to empty the gym. You would have to go through and do your cleaning protocol with your electrostatic sprayers and so forth. Then at 30 minutes or 20 minutes after that, then you would start letting people back in for the varsity game. So that is, there's couple ideas there, and it's just how they want to work that and make it so you can do it. Obviously, it's a lot easier if you're playing on a Saturday. You can stage those games and have times where you have time to clean. But if you're going to play two games in one night, you do have to clean in between that.
And I have a question about practice. You said that middle school teams, of course, would have to practice in the middle school gym. JV teams would have to practice in the middle school gym as well?
No, JV and varsity would be able to, they would just stage them so that they would be at different times, but it's no way to get 6 teams in one gym. So you can do 4 and stage the practices, but the middle school teams would have to practice at the middle school. Even though, as I said, the 7th and 8th graders are at the high school, but you don't have enough time in the afternoons to get all those practices in, so.
Mr. Johnson, did you have a question?
So I think I heard you say that the typical schedule would be reduced to about 60%.
60%.
So what would that roughly equate to in number of games, like for maybe
think it's
basketball?
14 for basketball from the 20. And so basically, each sport gets 60% of their contest. So a fair number of games, but it's still less than a typical
So a greatly
year.
reduced number.
So, one thing that was discussed is streaming options, and we are looking into that. You probably would not make revenue the first year off of that, because typically when you stream games, you make revenue off of selling ads and getting businesses to advertise. We probably wouldn't have time for that. This is going to be a short turnaround. Dr. Hoisington is working with us along with Mr. Callaway, Charles Callaway. We've got some different proposals, and we've got a meeting on Wednesday with the high school principals and ADs to look at the different organizations that provide that service and which one would be the best. There is some cost associated with that, because especially when we get to the fall season, because you have to run fiber line down to the stadiums. The indoor basketball and so forth is not, that fiber is already there. But the stadiums would be additional costs, so we would have to look at that. Some companies provide you the equipment free, but you just have to run the fiber. Some charge a fee. It just depends. We need to look at all the companies and what they can provide and which is the best. So people ask about, could someone do that like a student group or something like that? If you do that, you're looking at cell phone type quality streaming. It's not the best. So it really would not be a great option for parents or people to see that. You really want a professional streaming with the high definition cameras and those options. Like the VHSL uses the National Federation. That's one of the companies that you could go with that can stream the contest for you.
Dr. Mealy?
Yeah, Dr. Francis, have you heard of Pixelot?
Yeah, that's the National Federation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that sounded like a really interesting
Yeah, that-
company there, and,
yeah.
and they get revenue from that, and they can do the ads from that, and it can be moved from one
That-
place to the
That's
other.
one of the big ones, along with Huddle, which is also a big one. So we have to kind of look at the options that they have out, what's going to be best for our division, try to move forward with that, because while you can have limited seating, you still want fans to be able to see the game. And if you only get, let's say you only get 2 guests, your mom and dad come, but your grandparents can't. Maybe they can watch that on a streaming situation. So that's kind of what we're looking at right there. Cleaning protocols. There may be some additional cost, because if we have to do these games, say, on Saturdays or after hours, we're definitely gonna have to clean in between if you have multiple games in the same day. So that might cause a little overtime to our custodial staff and so forth. Cheerleaders, big discussion, and I don't know where people stand on this, but some discussion about sideline cheer, and some districts are talking about not allowing sideline cheer in the game. Some are talking about allowing only the home cheerleaders to be there. Some are talking about both sets could be there, home, the visiting team and the home team. So that's something that will have to be worked out. The VHSL, while not requiring it, they strongly recommended that you have your cheerleaders there, if at all possible, because of allowing them the opportunity to participate. And all of our principals felt the same way, that, we felt like those sideline cheerleaders needed to be there because they're a part of the season. Health guidelines. Now, I may ask Ms. Robertson to weigh in a little bit, but the challenges with this, we've trained, my understanding, we've trained the athletic trainers now are contact trace, or they're in the process of being trained.
Yeah, some had already completed it even prior to this, but yes, they're in the process of completing that training.
We feel like we would probably need to add an additional nurse to look at that data and help contact trace working with those athletic trainers. All 3 principals, all 3 schools felt like we needed to have some type of metric in place to determine if you play or if you have fans or not. And I can kind of give you some ideas. It's nothing's set in stone or solid, but some of the ideas are you look at the BDH, and if either team is in the red, either like let's say a Bedford County school was playing a Roanoke County school. If either one was in the red, you don't play. You reschedule at that time. If you were in the orange, you could play, but you wouldn't have fans there. If you were in the yellow or green, you could play with fans. As I said, that's just one option, but all 3 principals felt like there should be some type of metric there to guide whether you do or do not play.
And what constitutes whether you're one of those colors or not?
That's the Virginia Department of Health, the transmission rate, their 7-day average.
Yeah, I could speak to that a little bit, maybe others can too, that they've added so many dashboards to their site, but based on CDC, there is one that we look at frequently called the school metrics. And there are 2 core indicators. One is the 14-day case count per 100,000, and they have definitions. So for example, if you are over 200, you're in the red. That's what Dr. Francis is, and then the other core indicator is the positivity rate over 14 days. And that also has different levels and stratification. And I think in talking to some of my colleagues, and again, no one has cast this in stone, but the thought would be it might be helpful rather than just making individual school districts or principals or ADs have to make decisions daily, that there be some anchor point back to these metrics, which would basically say, if your community and the one you are competing against are in a good place with your positivity and your case counts, then we probably should feel good about going ahead with these contests. And as Dr. Francis said, if not, that's probably when you want to look at postponing. And there's even one suggestion that if it's in the middle, in that orange area, not like the highest, but like the second highest, that maybe that's when you go ahead and let the contests go on, but you limit spectators, so you can at least say you're doing all you can to kind of protect the safety of that environment. I would say, I don't think this is, I mean, obviously you all are the board and you can direct us in any way with this and we'll abide by that. But it takes some regional cooperation, I think, to make this happen, because if we say X and Campbell County says Y, that may not line up with the contests. And so that's what we've kind of asked the different district councils to come back to some recommendations. You don't have those yet, correct?
No, what we're gonna do, and that was kind of my last point, but I'm gonna get to Ms. Robertson here in a second, but the last point is that our teams are in two different districts. Stanton River is in the Blue Ridge, and Liberty and Jefferson Forest are in the Seminole. Each of those districts is working on plans. Now, one of the things that comes out of those plans is sometimes if the district makes the plan, it may not please everyone. You know, if the district says, we're gonna play all of these games, but we're not gonna allow spectators in. Well, the problem is if everyone doesn't abide by that, then you've got different rules at different schools. At this school, parents can go in. At this school, parents can't go in. So what we've asked is the districts to come back with some plans, and of course, our principals get the vote on their district that they're in. Now, as I said, there's Stanton River gets one vote in the Blue Ridge district. Liberty and Jefferson Forest get 2 votes in the Seminole district. But it's more of what they come up with, and so some of the things that, as I said, if the Seminole district voted not to play middle school sports, then we wouldn't have anyone to play, other than each other. You know, Liberty and JF and maybe Stanton River could play each other in middle school sports, but that would be it. So it kind of hinges on each other, and I think that's a key thing that they're working through right now with school divisions and principals and superintendents to talk about where can we kind of come up with some common ground and everyone feel good about it and play.
Ms. Harrison, you had a question.
Actually, Dr. Francis has already answered my question. It was regarding the school divisions in the Seminole district. So basically what I'm hearing is that we're waiting for them to establish some guidelines here for us.
Right now, as I said, any school board, and some have, could vote as a school division not to participate in athletics. Some divisions have done that. I have not heard that from any of our colleagues in this area. I think so, but basically, our situation is and for other divisions, it's gonna be about funding and if they feel good about allowing athletics to move forward.
So the school divisions that we would be competing with are?
In the Seminole, it would be Lynchburg City, Heritage, and EC Glass, Amherst County High School, Brookville High School, and Campbell County, Rushburg High School.
Okay, and you're saying that those divisions or school divisions have or have not made decisions on?
I think Amherst has a presentation tonight. I did look on their school board, and so I've been in contact with their assistant superintendent and their Campbell County's director of operations. It seems like they want to move forward with athletics, a lot of the divisions around us. But as I said, every school board's going to have to weigh in to do that.
I think it's important to hear what the other divisions are thinking here and what.
So I think what's gonna happen is the Seminole District principals meet next week, next Wednesday. I think the Blue Ridge District will meet after that, and they'll look and see what their divisions have decided, and then the ones that can participate will come up with a plan. So,
Mr. Johnson?
Just curious, with Stanton River kind of being the island in the stream in the Blue Ridge District, what have our neighbors to the west said? Like, any indication out of Roanoke and Franklin where they're leaning at the moment?
I think they're leaning toward looking at a metric system, and so forth. That's what I think, I believe.
Yeah,
That's what
I
I've
think
heard.
it's fair to say, again, if you look at the map, as you go west and southwest, the case counts are significantly higher than they are here, and so that does put Stanton River in a situation where they may face more challenges if the contest were played today. We don't know what these metrics would look like
December 21st.
right, a month from now. I also think it's important that, and I don't want to misquote the individual, but there was a health director from the Roanoke area who about a week ago made a recommendation that they not do wrestling or basketball, given where they currently are with their case counts. And I think that's what got everyone's attention about, well, maybe we should have something tied to a metric, because an absolute, yes, you can do it under any circumstances, or no, you can't do it under any circumstances, that doesn't seem quite fair to anybody. So I don't know that that's what everyone will agree to. Again, I think everyone's at the stage we are now. But I personally, I like a metric being involved, and I think you said our principals did as well, because it doesn't put them in the hot seat day to day with, are we gonna play this contest tomorrow or not, and having some kind of scientific medical data to support a decision to play or to postpone.
And as I said, if anyone has questions about healthcare, Ms. Roberts is available as well. She can talk about that. I'll answer any other questions.
Well, what are you looking from us tonight?
Well, our recommendation would be that we do play, if at all possible. But that's gonna require funding, and it's gonna require the board to basically say, you can move forward and play.
Well, with everything beginning, of course, we wouldn't need the funding to begin practice on December 9th. Or whatever day.
December 7th.
December 7th, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking right at it.
Yeah, the funding would really start with December 21st, because that's when you start your contest and officials.
When are the athletic directors looking at making their schedules?
They were already made.
They're already made, so if we were to decide no, which I hope we don't, but if we were to decide it would be probably just pulling us out of the schedule.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to say something too, just for some context on something Dr. Francis said earlier. He mentioned that there are a handful of districts around the state that have said no sports. My understanding is that those are also districts that have not brought children back for in-person learning. And so I think their position on this might be slightly different than ours. I think it would be awkward to ask you all to let us play sports if none of our children were back in school. I think that would be kind of an inconsistent message. But he's right though. They have done that, and ultimately, if that becomes a pattern across the state, it will dilute even further what a state championship means, if they even have such. Are they even going to have state championships?
Yes.
Okay, so but if you know, if all of Northern Virginia has pulled out where a lot of these districts are, it makes it less competitive than it would normally be. But to answer your question, I think on the funding, and Mr. Hagler can speak to this a little bit, we would be reassured if there was a consensus, even if it wasn't a formal vote, of a majority that are comfortable with him earmarking money in the budget, should we need it, to pay the largest expense, which is the officials, that we don't anticipate getting gate revenue for. And I also personally like the idea, and we don't have to decide that tonight, of knowing that seating is gonna be limited, not even messing with tickets and money and exchange. The health and safety of all that, just, the people that we do allow in, just let them in. And for this year, and I think the other expenses we heard about was extra cleaning. So potentially extra cleaning and maybe overtime for custodians. And then also the potential employment of an additional nurse to help with the contact tracing, so we can assure our community that the same level of contact tracing and safety that we're applying to our in-person and blended learning, we're going to apply extracurricular. If someone tests positive on the basketball team, that we give that the same care and attention and expediency than that we do kind of in person. And I think our community deserves that. So I think we kind of like to know that, because the flip side is, if the money is a showstopper for the board, some of this other stuff doesn't even matter, because I'm not even sure we can afford to do, I mean, is that?
Yeah, the schools obviously, without the funding of the gate and the concession, and they don't have the money to pay the officials' bills. So,
Well, what this is worth, and my thinking process is, we've just been hit with this tonight. And I'm hearing a lot of numbers of 60,000 for officials, which I get, I totally agree with that. I'm surprised it's that little. And I'm hearing numbers of hiring nurses, and I would feel more comfortable with making any type of decision or stating anything consensus-wise, whatever, if we had more definitive numbers and we could actually see the numbers and what we're looking at. Instead of saying, we're gonna pay a little bit here, and then, well, we might have this expense later. And you said you're gonna have a meeting next week that will kind of help finalize things.
well, the 60,000 is a firm number, because that was-
60,000 is a firm number.
that was run, and that's for officials. So basically, that has already been calculated. Now, I can't tell you how much cleaning supplies are gonna cost because of the number of games you may be playing. And I don't know that I can give you a definite number of hours that we may have to have overtime. Now, I think the nursing salary, I think Mr. Hagler, Ms. Robertson could talk about how much that would be. But, I think the 60 is definitely a hard number that we would have to have that much, because that's what we've run off the last 2 years, looking at that and just going at 60% of what it cost over the last 2 years.
In regards to the other funding, cleaning supplies could use our CARES Act money that is on the sideline right now. I can pull that money in to cover that additional cost. We have till September of '22 to spend that if I needed it, but there may be money in the existing budget as I presented in the first quarter forecast that I projected in any balance at the end of the year without the enrollment loss that might come from the state. So I might not even need to pull that money in, but that is an avenue for the board to consider if they say, if we don't have any savings in other areas, to go ahead and pull from the CARES Act money for that. I think you could use the nurse's salary. I think you could use the CARES Act money for that. I don't think you could use the CARES Act money for the 60,000 for sports. So nurses give you a number of what I would project for the nurse, about 25,000, half a year salary, thereabouts. Because that person would start kind of in December, finish up at the end of the year, no commitment beyond that. And on the cleaning supplies, that's harder to tell because I'm not sure what the cost of that, I'm not sure of the protocol, but that money could come from the CARES Act money if need be. So I don't think that puts pressure on the local budget.
The 25,000, would that be for all three?
I think they were thinking of one.
All three divisions,
I don't know
or
if
is
they were
that
thinking
for
of
one
three.
nurse?
One
So we're
nurse.
looking at $75,000 for nurses.
No, ma'am, just
Just one.
one to support the three the school's athletic trainers who are contact tracers, and one nurse to serve as a coordinating health official for that activity.
That'd be sufficient.
Yes, on the amount for the officials, if we were to choose to just go with varsity sports, that would be a significantly lower number?
Yes. Because you have less contests, so you pay the officials less. If you don't do middle school, you're gonna have, now, the rate for a middle school official is cheaper than the rate for a varsity official. But you would save if you only did 2 of the 3 programs. If you only did 1 program, you're gonna save. But now you are gonna then limit the number of people that can participate.
Did you have a question, Dr. Miller?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. I just, more a comment, I guess. I just feel like I don't have enough information here tonight. This was not listed as an action item on our agenda, so I just feel like we don't have enough information. I'm really concerned about when you're talking about $60,000 plus another 25, plus cleaning supplies. I'd just like to know where that's gonna come from in our budget. And I think this is just a really important, I think it's so important to our community, and it needs to be not a report, which is basically what it is, but a discussion with more information. Those are just my thoughts.
Mr. Hill?
It's interesting to me that I hear several of you asking about dollars. And just a couple months ago, I've heard it repeatedly talking about mental health. How do you put a price tag on all of these students who are practically begging us, because I know every single one of you were copied on the emails that I received, talking about these kids' mental health? How do we put a price tag on that?
We don't,
And
but
when I'm sorry, I'm still speaking.
You're right, excuse me.
And when you take $100,000 and you compare it to $100 million budget, there is no way that you can put a price tag on the mental health of these students. So I want you to think about that as you're considering that we don't have enough information. These students have already started practicing. So for us to sit here and they're watching us and we even put another doubt in their mind that they're not going to be able to play games, shame on us.
Dr. Miller?
Yes, and I would say it's not just the kids, okay? For me, it may be different for you. I think we also have to be concerned about the public good. And I am concerned that in this part of the state, the positivity rate is heading in very much the wrong direction. And I understand that maybe we haven't had personal cases here, or we've had very few. But 58 of the cases I think that we've had so far have come from the community. I'm concerned about kids mixing with other kids and then taking it back to elderly people or people with immunocompromised conditions in their home. And you talk about mental health. You seem very willing to spend $100,000 on sports, but you're not willing to put $100,000 into mental health personnel.
Mr. Hill?
Yeah, so the reason I don't think you understand, nor can you speak for me when it comes for mental health. Matter of fact, I've talked to many of our principals, and instead of us adding additional dollars to our budget, what they've done is they've used their current FTE to create these mental health specialists. So don't talk to me about mental health and the fact that I'm not willing to spend dollars. It's already taken care of. In a lot of our places, yes, they are.
Let's not get ugly, we're getting out of control here,
Well,
okay, let's reel it in. Okay, let's be civil.
Oh, I'm being civil.
Well, any more, Mr. Johnson?
Almost slipped up and called me Dr. Johnson.
Yeah.
My mom and
I'm
was very excited
gonna
about
promote
that. I think my question is probably for Ms. Robertson. Would it be possible, I believe you said that ADs had been trained as, or are being trained as contact tracers. Could there be other people, athletic trainers, coaches?
The trainers,
okay,
yes,
trainers.
sir. They're the ones being trained.
So could coaches also be trained as contact tracers to provide additional support if we do go this route?
May I just ask to clarify? We can certainly train as many people who are willing to be trained. I think the reason that we've talked about that additional nursing component is, and I think this is one of the things that perhaps the community doesn't see the behind the scenes of what's going on with our school nursing team. We are not only doing contact tracing and just kind of creating that data set. What we're also providing is health consultation continuously for families that may not have a positive but are monitoring quarantine, for a staff member whose spouse tested positive. So it's not reflected in our school's data, but it's all of that health consultation and follow-up. And so part of good contact tracing is once you have identified an individual who is required to be quarantined, is to give very specific guidance, but to also follow up and make sure you're providing symptom monitoring and health assessment and guidance on health-related decisions. So the reason for the nurse was not specifically the task of identifying contacts. It is maintaining that healthy guidance to families that's being provided throughout our process within the school day activities.
That makes sense. And if I could ask another question of Ms. Robertson. And I don't know, maybe I shouldn't put you on the spot like this, but what are you thinking in terms of this? Like I want to make sure that, because I understand what Mr. Hill is saying and got the same emails, and I want people to be able to get back in their activities, but yet at the same time I want to keep our student athletes and their families and our community safe as well. So how can we do this safely?
Thank you, sir. You did put me. I grew up playing high school sports, so I certainly recognize the value that has for just my own personal experience, and I know the impact that it has for so many students. But I also want to be transparent because I'm working the other side of health management here. And while children and adolescents make up less than 10% of COVID positive cases, when you look at those numbers and breakdown, 12 to 17-year-olds are twice as likely to acquire, transmit than younger children. So we are talking about, as we think of our children, older students who are statistically more likely to contract and spread and transmit and be at risk. So I do think it's very important that as you're making decisions, we're thinking about what types of activities are we looking at? Are we considering, VHSL ranks sports in terms of, is it a high exposure risk? Is it a moderate exposure risk? Is it a low exposure risk? I think those are discussions that are important. And I also think we're talking about our students, and I do believe our students are our priority. However, it is a greater likelihood that an asymptomatic adolescent would transmit to an adult. So I feel like we have to acknowledge that protecting our staff who are showing up every day to serve students is an important aspect of our process and planning, because if they go, the kids can't stay, no matter if their rate of transmission is low. So I think there are realistic concerns with our community rates and the rise that we're seeing, and the fact that we're entering the cold and flu season in and of, as it stands. We're going to see those rates, if predictions are accurate, continue to climb. So I think there are lots of variables that we would have to plan and consider. And I think part of the decision of you all as a respected board is that risk-reward analysis that we made when we opened school, and that we made when, all of these decisions are that risk-reward analysis.
Thank you. And I apologize, but thank you.
Any more? Okay, I'm hearing the concerns over here, and I'm hearing the concerns over here. And if we took any action tonight, it would be by consensus, and we don't seem to have a consensus, period. We're at a divide. I say we'll bring this back again next month and see, and we'll have more information at that point. And then this also gives the public the opportunity to keep sending those emails, open it up for public comment at the next board meeting, and let us know. I mean, because we are here to represent them. We're not here to represent our own opinions sometimes, and that's difficult to break. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chairman, if I may ask if Dr. Francis could include the decisions that have been made by other school divisions.
Yeah.
I think that would be important for us to have that information as well.
I can do that.
And can we add to that also these different competitive districts, if they, as these principals and ADs, and recognizing that it might be different.
And
That's,
Dr. Francis,
we have to know that going in.
I'm kind of throw this out there too. As one of the emails that we got, Jefferson Forest Basketball sent us their list, their checklist, which I was really impressed with. Could we make sure we have some kind of conformity county-wide? Every school will have to uphold, we got that?
That's in here.
Okay, is this the same thing?
It's fact, it goes deeper than that. It basically outlines what you have to do for every sport.
Okay.
Mitigation strategy for every.
Could we get a copy of that, please?
Yes, I'll email you a copy of this in the morning. And it has every sport for the whole year and what their mitigation strategies are and what their recommendations and requirements are.
Okay.
And just so I'm clear, our next meeting would be after the official start of the season.
It'll be start of practice, but not the start of games.
That would be our recommendation, if the board's comfortable letting practices start, because it's really the competitions that.
Well, practices have already started,
Well,
so workouts have.
yeah, but I mean the official,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's. And before we go any further, I know you have more to go, but I gotta say one thing that I was completely shocked. Dr. Shook, you and I had talked earlier about making sure that us as a board were notified of things, and it's better to over-notify us than not enough. I got a call yesterday morning while I was getting dressed to go to work. What's going on? You're counseling sports. Well, I mean, to see a blurb here that you'll present information to staff, we didn't know the severity of this, and we're hearing this from the public. We were completely blindsided. And that is just totally not right. We had no idea that you're gonna be coming to the board tonight asking for money until we started getting emails, bombarded with emails and phone calls. From now on, please give us some heads up.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. When we went over the agenda a week ago, we kind of talked through this issue, and we just recently got this guidance from the governor. And so I've talked to a number of you offline. I think some of you have talked to Dr. Francis. I don't disagree that the community has jumped to conclusions. I don't know where canceling sports came from.
Well, there are a lot of rumor mills running around out there, evidently.
We deliberately, as we discussed, put this in the blurb so that the public would be informed.
And well, again too, yeah, okay, that's fine. But we need to be notified of these things and before the emails start pouring in. I mean, it's just a professional courtesy.
Madam Chairman, could we also request that Mr. Hagler bring us some suggestions as to where this money might come from? And also, I do like Dr. Hicks's idea of looking at two, instead of all three. How much is it gonna cost for one, for two, for?
Would that be okay, Mr. Hagler? Okay. And when you're figuring up stuff, let us know if we eliminated middle school sports, even though we just got them back on. And the three different levels, okay? Okay, Dr. Shook, did you have any other comments?
Yes, to Madam Chair. First, this is also a conversation you and I had, but others may have felt the same way. We had recently posted a job for Associate Director of Innovation. We had a retirement back in June. And at the time, we had let you all know that because of the status of the budget, at the time, we were not going to post for that vacancy, even though it had been adopted in your budget. We did go ahead and post, but then Ms. Kirby had reached out to me, and said that there might be sentiments on the board that we continue to hold off on hiring that position. So I just wanted to ask if the board had strong feelings one way or the other. Again, the adopted budget authorized the position, and as Mr. Hagler shared last month, the budget now does support the position. In fact, it would be at a discount because we haven't had it filled since July. But we just wanted some direction because we did have a few applicants, but we kind of pumped the brakes, waiting to get some guidance from you all.
Okay, well, I personally don't think that we need to advertise for it, we don't need to fill it because we are going to be changing hands here shortly and there will be a new structure and I don't think we need to play with someone's career and hire somebody then somebody new come in and say, okay, well, let's move you around. I don't think any if any directors or supervisors from central office were to resign, retire right now, I don't think any of them should be filled until the new superintendent comes into play. That's my opinion. Now, what, you wanted to say something, Marcus?
There's your $60,000.
I agree with that, Madam Chair.
And so do I agree.
Yeah. Mr. Johnson?
I support the position, but I think maybe Ms. Kirby has a good point about potential reorganization, so.
Ms. Hill? I mean, are you supportive of not filling it? Sure.
Okay, thank you. And then, also, I just wanted to thank you all for honoring my request to leave a little bit early. Appreciate that, and, thank you. That's all.
Okay, comments and concerns from school board members? Since this has been a fun night, let's rattle it up a little bit. We'll start with you this time, Dr. Mealy.
Oh, gosh, okay.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
do we not need to finish item 11?
Oh,
Go back
well, I'm
to-
sorry. My glasses are fogged. I couldn't
That's
see.
okay.
That's my story.
No,
I'm sticking
that's
to
right,
it.
yeah.
Okay, Dr. Dewis, back to the heat pumps.
All right. So just to summarize from the discussion earlier in the meeting, I'll try to do just a quick wrap up to make sure I understood direction on the overall CIP, and then wanted to speak specifically about some of these recent HVAC projects that we have been discussing. So based on the discussion earlier, what I plan to do before the next meeting, separate out some of the items that were lumped together, such as flooring or carpeting by school, so that the board can see how those might break into smaller parts if needed. I also heard a request to list several other projects. Many of them have been discussed before, or that might be needed or recommended in facility assessments or other ways. And as good a cost estimate as we can find on those, so that the board could add them to the draft that's being worked on here, or at least have them in consideration in case other funding becomes available. And so I'll certainly do that. I heard a request to use some project maintenance funds to hire an architect engineering firm to give us an estimate on the either improvements to or modifications to the auditorium at Stanton River High School. Again, not necessarily as funding from this list, but to give us an idea of maybe a cost that could go on that list at some point. And if that's the consensus of the board, we could go ahead and get started on that as quickly as we needed to.
Mr. Johnson?
Could I just clarify, Stanton River and Liberty High School? Just check both to see what needs they have.
And so if that's the consensus of the board, we can.
First, I would like to find out how much the study will cost us before we proceed with the study.
Right. Okay. All right. And we always would ask for that kind of proposal first, so we will have that number and can communicate that. Also, do some more homework on LED lighting payback times, whether that's from our own experience or from the industry. So I heard those things. I just wanted to make sure I summarized all of that for improvements to this communication and information the board might want to find.
Yes, Dr.
Yeah,
Neal.
and I think then, Mr. Sorry.
Johnson.
Sorry. Your name went right out of my head. You need a name tag.
At least I tried to promote you.
I appreciate that better than,
Golly, Ned. I hate senior moments. He also suggested that instead of doing, I had asked for maybe a chart for each of these categories, say the painting, the carpet replacement, that you could do an addendum so that we would have those broken out. We would have the first one be the more or less the chart you see here. And could we possibly do it in landscape so we could get it a little bit bigger? My poor eyes.
I can certainly add any detail or reformat this if that's what the board wishes me to do. Happy to do
Is that okay?
though.
All right, and so just on the last item, those HVAC projects, we provided information outlining the age of each of our school HVAC systems. And of course, the larger chart of the capital improvement plan includes these recently discussed HVAC projects. At the last meeting, the school board asked that we look at this in a couple ways. One is Huddleston is a project that had been started early in the project when we thought we were moving toward a December 30th deadline of using CARES Act funds. And so there's an agreement signed to move forward with that project. And that agreement was modified from that original to reduce the price considerably because that deadline wasn't needed to be met any longer. And so and the cost for getting out of that's about $43,000 for costs already incurred by that company. So one of the things I would just like to, kind of talking about Huddleston specifically, is just to ask that we be real clear that it's the board's agreement. We move forward with that agreement pending funding being allocated by the Board of Supervisors, of course, with the agreement we've already signed, so that we don't lose the costs that we've already got into it and add to the cost of the total overall project. Just want to be real clear about that single project and then talk about the others. Okay. I just think that's a wise use of our money. I think it's, yeah, okay. On the other projects, the board had asked that we have those designed separately, maybe perhaps using money from our maintenance project fund, and then bid them out so that we see what the best price we could get. And so we approached a local architectural engineering firm to give us a proposal for doing that, so we knew how much that would cost to do, and to give us an idea of what the time frame would be. And what we found out is that by doing that, this design, bid, build process would take several months, really making a summer completion of these projects impossible. We just couldn't meet that timeline. And we don't necessarily have to meet that timeline. If we're willing to have remote learning for a few days around a longer weekend or something like that, sometimes the projects can be switched over from old equipment to new without having to wait for a longer break or a summer. Sometimes meeting those deadlines actually adds to the cost because they're having to work. At times we tell them they have to work rather than when they would normally do them anyway. But so I'll throw that out there. I also worry that if we are delayed in bidding months down the road, it may add to the cost. That's what we've been seeing in the industry, that time delayed adds to cost of projects. I certainly want to get the lowest price that we can, and I just worry that with the time delay and the fact that our vendors we've been working with on both Manita and then Forest and Big Island projects have lowered their price substantially, not having to meet a deadline. Making the total amount of all those projects, all four of those projects, about $2.5 million. Money that's not been allocated at this point. Some of it's been indicated to be supported, but that's further discussion with the supervisors that needs to be held. I just hope, I'm recommending that we move forward with that design build process that can really streamline the procurement, the purchase of equipment, and then and get that work done by the time school starts next year, for sure, with costs that I think are much more reasonable than we initially thought because of the deadline that would be placed. And I emailed you what those costs would be. And in fact, if one vendor has even told us that they take an additional 5% off the 3 projects if they do them all. I don't know if the funding will be there to do that or not, but that's certainly an option. So I wanted to just ask specifically we definitely pursued that bid option. It just, we realized that would take a lot more time. And perhaps without the yield of price, a better price that we would be hoping for. So if the board's agreeable, what I would recommend doing is working on that with the Moneta and Forest and Elementary and Big Island Elementary projects, the design, build numbers that are in the CIP document now, and then working with the county and the Board of Supervisors to try to get as much funding for those as we can, whether that's now or perhaps in next year's budget, which may mean a delay anyway, but at least I think the county would appreciate that communication from the school board that that's an acceptable direction to go in.
Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I understand this. If we take out the bid, are you saying the bid part of the process, the design build, that you do not believe there's going to be a huge difference in the price?
I don't know that, and I don't know that any of us could say with certainty what a bid would or wouldn't do. I don't think necessarily that we've seen a history recently of bids resulting in too much of a reduction of price on projects we've done. And in fact, sometimes these companies prefer to go ahead and set a price at the beginning and tell us what it is, and then work within that. Because what can happen in a bid is it'll be designed, all the plans will be drawn, the companies bid on it, and then if there's a discrepancy in the plan the company didn't understand, or if there's some wiring missing to this piece of equipment in the plan, there are change orders that happen, we add to the cost, and it's not really limited to the initial cost that was bid. So the cost can escalate some, and good plans, don't have much of that going on, but it can, even with the best of them. So it's a risk either way. I do think if we delay too long in bidding, costs probably will go up. That's what we're hearing from everyone in the industry.
Mr. Hill?
I had asked you to look into owner directed purchasing. What was the outcome of that?
And Honeywell, one of the companies we're talking about here, certainly is willing to consider that and has asked us for some additional information, which we've sent. So I don't have, they have not submitted hard numbers back, but they certainly are willing to look into it. And I think certainly if we tell them we're serious about moving forward, they'll get that information to us sooner rather than later. But they've engaged with it and didn't dismiss it.
Are we looking for like consensus or whatever? Is that what?
I think so. Just consensus that these options that we have on the table are acceptable to move forward with. Talking again with the county about definite funding. Certainly, if the board wishes to bid them and we want to go forward and do that process, and as long as it takes, we can do that.
I'm comfortable in taking these. I mean, I do want to look into the owner direct purchasing to save dollars. I'm comfortable in these going over to the Board of Supervisors for CARES Act funding, if they will support those. So I'm in agreement with moving these forward. But if they only approve 2 and the other 2, then I think it needs to fall back into the CIP process for us to decide where they fit into the.
I'm fine with that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So what I would plan to do then is just communicate this consensus to the county administrator so that he can appropriately plan for how to present that with the Board of Supervisors, I think at their second meeting this month. And then hopefully by that time, we'll know what is a definite approval, what might wait for the next round or the next year's CIP money, those sorts of things, and then we can go from there.
And Mr. Dawes, I'm not gonna make your trip here futile. We're not looking at any of these schools being in danger of losing heat this winter. I mean, are we okay with making sure that we're gonna be fine this winter?
Plenty of heat. It's
It's the spring we gotta worry about, huh?
No, we'll be fine with the,
Okay, thank you very much.
I think one of the real drawbacks of many of these schools is some equipment failure, but it's also the controls that allow us to control set points and heat it up when it is too cold and cool it down when it's too hot. Some of those are just outdated and quite frankly broken. And so we're letting them run at wherever set points where they kind of stop working. And it's just very inefficient and, it's, most of the time it's adequate, but, on hot days or cold days, it's different, so. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Now, I know I'm right this time. Comments and concerns from school board members. Dr. Mealy.
Okay, I just have a couple of things. Mr. Hagler, just because we talked about this at the last meeting, the money that we may have for the step that we talked about, I got so many emails and some phone calls, and I just want whoever might be listening tonight that those steps would apply to all employees, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're talking
we actually have
nutritionists,
Yeah, we'll have an email
custodians.
going out here shortly. We were gonna send it out right before payroll went out, so they would be aware. There's some technical things I wanna put in that email that we have to go back because we're retrobacking the pay. We have to collect the VRS, so they'll see some more reductions because of VRS pay. We have to collect that. So I wanna put all that in there, so when they see their paycheck, they know what they're looking at. So that email will probably go out at the end of next week. We've been working on that. So all employees that are eligible for a step, that are contracted employees on a salary scale, are eligible for that step. As I stated in the last meeting, those that are first year employees don't get a step.
Right.
And those that are above the maximum would in addition not get a step.
Okay, but we also talked about the fact that we were going to look into what we could do for those people at the top of the scale so that
Yes,
they would get.
and I told the board I would bring
something
some data
or
back. I did run some data. We're actually in the midst of those calculations. My payroll staff is hard at work. It is a huge task to get this done. And taking them a lot of time, so I just wanna say thank you to them, for for all the hard work they're putting into, doing this retroactive. I did run some numbers, about 126 employees, by my estimation, are above the, max. Biggest part of that is bus drivers. That's because we max out at a very low range. That's 78 of the 126, 25 teachers, and then some others throughout there. The steps for teachers and steps for support personnel are different. Each teacher step is 1.32%. The step was budgeted. That's why we moved forward with that once we knew the revenues that were there. If you want to do anything for anybody above the step, that would be dollars that were not budgeted and would have to compete with, just like the sports or anything else we're doing. Whether we can do that or not, and the board approving the expenditure of anything that we would do in that criteria. And the board did discuss at the last meeting, they did want to consider that. And I believe I said maybe after the second quarter, mid-year forecast, we would reconsider that, but that's up to the board.
Okay, and can we use, I know you said we could use CARES money to say, I'm just picking a group here, pay the nurses'
Yep.
salaries. So could we pick up whatever you think would be more appropriate, a bonus for these people from that money that we would get back from the nurses' salaries? Since you're gonna exchange COVID money for nurse salary monies, we'd have that
I
money
would say this,
back.
if we're gonna have an ending bounce because of some of that we're bringing in, and I did project that, then you could choose to use local money to do this bonus. It's not like I'm gonna do this, so then it's just the whole pool of money. If there's money there that's remaining in the forecast and the board wants to repurpose that money because of the revenues and the expenses coming in under on some other line items, you can repurpose that money. That's the board's prerogative. And so, yes, in a sense, if you want to spend that money, just like if you wanted to do it for sports or this, if the money's there, you can do that.
I'm still interested in that. Is anybody else interested in at least looking into that for our 126 employees that are above the top of the scale?
I think we should look into it.
Okay.
Is it still okay if I bring that probably when I present on the the mid-year forecast, so I'd probably try to present that in the January meeting and then make a recommendation to the board or maybe what can be done. For direction on that, so I can calculate the cost for these employees, if the money's there, would the board more would you look at more of a bonus or a salary increase? I think it'd be my recommendation of a bonus because that's not reoccurring in future years. And our salary range is capped for a reason, so it doesn't go on continuous. So if the board is a consensus, if I come back with a recommendation and the money's there, to look at more of a bonus or a salary increase, which would be permanent. Any direction on that?
I would recommend bonus.
So look at a bonus and maybe a percentage or something like that, okay.
And I'd also like you to bring back some recommendations to us for that recurring type of situation. Is it just a bonus, X percent of something? Because I just think it's really hard for
Whatever we do
employees.
with it, whatever I bring back here is something you could probably say, in general, that's what it's gonna be every year.
Okay.
I mean, the numbers might be, instead of 126, might be 120, might be 130. But in general, whatever I bring back is probably a good rule of thumb to apply to any year. We're gonna have a certain percentage of our employees, which is a little bit less than, probably around 9% that are above that step. Once again, the biggest range of that, 78 of the 126 are bus drivers. So I think eventually we'll have to do another salary evaluation. But we have not implemented the last one entirely because we still have not restored all the steps to the teachers. So it's hard to do another evaluation when you haven't implemented the one before. But eventually, we're probably gonna have to get back to that, to kind of take another look at this.
Yeah, I just think it continues to be important because when you dedicate your entire life and your career, I find it really hard to say, sorry, you can't get anything. Dr. Dewis, I know we talked about the fuel issues. Were there any other problems with that? I haven't heard, so, okay. And you had said that you didn't know whether we should be looking at switching out a tank. Have you had any time to figure out whether we needed to do that or not?
We have not we haven't finished pricing out a tank, but we can do that. Again, we need to just know that number. On balancing out with the other costs we're having now, so.
Okay, and then I do have something still about the paras. I know I spoke about this last time, about they were, being used a lot as subs. And, I still am concerned because I continue to get communication from them saying that, like one person has said, I've done over 20 days as a sub rather than as a para. And I just want to clarify too, I did not say that they were writing lesson plans or asked to work overtime. What I said was that they were feeling that they needed to meet with teachers and therefore working overtime because they wanted to be ready for their students every day, which included trying to understand what the material was, running copies, that sort of thing. So I still am concerned about the amount of work they're being asked to do, given the compensation that we give for them. So could Dr. Woodford, would you be able to just give us a report on how many days they're working as subs versus their regular job as para? In other words, what they're
I'm not
telling
sure
you.
that unless principals just start keeping up with that. I mean, the reality is when people are quarantined or we don't have substitutes coming in, we have to pull staff who are in the building. So I can think through how maybe to get that information. I could probably easier find out how many days we have positions that are not filled by substitutes, because that then will naturally mean that someone in the building is covering, whether it's paras or counselors, our librarians. I know that we're pulling a lot of staff when we have teachers out or when we have staff members who are not feeling well, where normally they would come in and work. They're not because they're trying to be super careful, so.
I'll call you
Okay.
tomorrow maybe and I can talk
Good.
more about that with you. I won't take
Sounds
up the
good.
time now. And then, just so you know, I'm also gonna talk to Dr. Woodford about, I'd like a staff report about, what our grades are looking like, Bedford Connects versus in-person versus last year, just to see where we are and how well our kids are doing. So I'll talk to you about that too as well tomorrow. And, again, I don't think we can say it enough, a huge thank you to the staff for everything that they're doing. I know this is a mountain to climb and you're trying to drag up a ton of stuff with you, so it's just very hard. But please know that all of your work is appreciated and by our parents and our kids, and I know there's bumps in the road, but you're navigating those, so just another thank you for everything you do. No, Mr.
Mr. Johnson?
Johnson goes next.
Your neighbor, yes. Yes, thank you. In the last month, I visited Manita Elementary and Stanton River Middle School and heard very positive responses from everyone that I spoke with there. I know I shared some of it earlier with when Dr. Woodford was presenting about teachers very ecstatic about their small class sizes and the connections they've been able to make this year and some of the progress they've been able to make helping their children get caught up on some of the material that slid while they were out of school earlier this year. As part of that, I think it segues nicely into a few weeks ago, Mr. Hill and I attended, or logged on, as the case may be, to the Southern Regional Forum on Zoom, and we were there with our colleagues from Campbell County, Amherst, City of Lynchburg, Mecklenburg, and a few others. And our colleagues were very, very complimentary of the plan, the school reopening plan that Bedford County assembled. Lots of questions about how that worked, how we were able to accommodate so many kids 5 days a week in school. So, once again, kudos to everyone that put that together and everyone that keeps that together day by day. I think the consultants were absolutely right. We are a leader in the state in that, and that is getting recognized. So kudos to everyone who does that. I also attended the outdoor production of Midsummer Night's Dream at Cavalier Theater. Thought it was a fantastic production. It just so happened that I got lucky, and it was one of those nights when it was about 70 degrees outside, and the stars were out, and it was wonderful. But I think it was great to see live entertainment back again. I have missed theater and concerts and all of that, so to be able to see live high school theater again, socially distanced, outdoors. The actors were masked, clear masks, so you could still see their faces, but they were safe. So, bravo to the cast and crew and to the Whites for finding a safe way to stage production. And if you missed A Midsummer Night's Dream, The Tempest will be outdoors, also socially distanced at Liberty High School next weekend. So you can still get your Shakespeare fix before Thanksgiving. During my recent visit to, and I hate that he stepped out, but during my recent visit to Stanton River Middle, I saw Corporal Glidden, our SRO at Stanton River Middle, and she was just, pitching in, doing her job as always. And I just wanted to give her and Officer Burdett and Officer Hopkins and all of our SROs a huge shout out. They do such great work building relationships within our schools, with our kids, helping them to forge positive experiences with law enforcement early on, being a true part of our school community. I mean, I've seen Corporal Glidden, at just about every function I've ever attended at Stanton River Middle, and I know she used to help Dr. Woodford sell tickets at softball games and baseball games and things like that. So they're true assets to our school. So to all of our SROs, thank you, and to Sheriff Miller, thank you for continuing the SRO program. I think we probably all got the email recently about the new employee rewards program, PerkSpot. I think that is such a fantastic program. Apparently I can get 75% off a ticket to Disney using this program. So for all of our teachers and our staff members and everyone that works in the Bedford County Schools, I think this is another fantastic incentive here that we have here. So congratulations to everyone on the team that found that program and implemented it. I think that's going to be fantastic. My last thing is really just a question. The Virginia School Boards Association Annual Convention kicks off oh, now he returns, kicks off next week. And I was just wondering, did we ever officially select a delegate to the business convention? I don't know if that was just kind of rolled over or if we. No, I'm just curious. I didn't remember that, so I didn't want Bedford to go unrepresentative unless the board wanted to.
Is that something you're interested in?
Is that something you're interested in doing?
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. If someone else wants it,
Say
they
that
can
about him.
do
How
it,
about you?
but.
How about it?
Seriously.
I say we elect Mr. Johnson.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
Congratulations.
I will accept, but
Congratulations.
thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes, the STEM Academy spring semester will be a hybrid model like this fall semester was. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday classes will be all virtual. Thursday and Friday classes will be in person. Attended Central Virginia Governor School Zoom meeting, and their hybrid model is working well. Their instruction will be all virtual from Thanksgiving through winter break to lessen the chances of COVID transmission during the holidays. And that's all I have.
Is that all? Ms. Harris?
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. I also attended a Laurel School Board Zoom meeting on November the 5th, and the board decided, and we all voted to allow the employees to receive a one-time $1,000 bonus. So I was very pleased that we were able to do that, and that school's program is working very well for their students. And so a shout out to Dr. Lewis and her staff for all of their hard work and efforts. I also want to just congratulate the JF Cavalier Theater too for just an outstanding performance of A Midsummer Night's Dream. I just think it's a great, innovative way that they've thought about continuing theater and taking it outside. It's just really awesome. And they do have another upcoming in December, seasonal Christmas. The Cool Yule Holiday Cabaret will be sometime in December. I think it may be the 4th or the 5th. Don't quote me on that. And also, I wanted to just say that I am really like the ideal that the team has come up with for the Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center, the logo contest that you guys have going on. I think it's great. I like the ideal that we are involving our high school students in creating the logo for the school. And in the midst of all of that, they're going to be learning the history of the school. So I think that's really great. I'm excited to see who the winner will be. And also, just a question for you, Dr. Woodford. I noticed in one of the LTPs, we've got our school closing codes. You sent an LTP out regarding that. And code 3 and 4 indicates that the schools are closed in person, but remote learning, but it will be a remote learning day. So my question is, and I'm thinking again, if it's a remote learning day, then all of our students are going to need access to Chromebooks and the internet. So tell me a little bit about your thinking there and how that's going or will be going.
Actually, I think our thoughts as a team was that learning would continue. It wouldn't necessarily continue on a computer. A lot of our students, our younger students, don't have computers, but we would encourage them to be reading and doing review. We also recognize that, our teachers in Bedford Connects, when our school is closed for in-person, they may have their own children at home. And so it's difficult for them to do live sessions and things like that. So we've sent out some clarification to principals to share with teachers that our intent is for them to keep connections with their students on those days, to check email in case students have questions, to just encourage them maybe to do makeup work or things that they're behind in, just to continue working and learning. A lot of our elementary teachers have decided that they would actually create some little review packets and folders that they would just send home in anticipation of weather days. And so we basically have asked principals just to get their teams together and just asked teachers what things would work for their age groups and their students. And again, we've missed so much time. I think our intention is to, as much as possible, encourage students on these days to keep learning and to keep working and to look at them as days that they may be able to catch up or do some additional work. We do understand some of our teachers don't have internet themselves. We are not expecting live sessions and Zooms and things like that. But just to maybe be available in email, if they can, post a few things in Canvas. Our older learners or upper level learners are used to that. They have those virtual days a couple of days a week. And so I think our elementary teachers have come up with some great ideas of just maybe some review that kids can do when they're not at school on those days.
And those learning packets, sending those home would be great too.
Yes.
That's all that I have.
Mr. Hill?
All right. Bedford County parents, students, continue to let us hear from you. Let this board know that your or your students' mental health and physical health are well worth $60,000. You have been loud and clear about what you want. Forest parents, I would suggest that you reach out across the lines to the Liberty parents and Stanton River parents and make sure they're letting us know loud and clear as well. Hold this board accountable. Local elections matter. Our next scheduled board meeting is December 10th. And as you heard tonight, outdoor facilities are available to you. We have plenty of spaces out here. I would recommend you come and set up space and let us hear from you as we're entering. Might even want to invite the media if you so choose. Forest community. I wanted to let you know about a decision that I have been praying about for the last few months. I have decided not to seek re-election for my District 4 school board seat. My term will end on December 31st, 2021. I have enjoyed working with the past and present school board members for the overall good of Bedford County schools. I promise, as you saw tonight, I will stay passionate and engaged with current and future topics until my term ends. We have a lot to be proud of regarding our learners, our staff, and our schools. And I will end by saying, stay tuned.
I don't know how you're gonna top that, but anyway. I've got a list here, so bear with me. First thing is Bedford County, and of course I've lived here all my life, but we've always been proud of our military veterans. As everyone knows, Mr. Leamy and Dr. Shook are veterans, and they've sacrificed to serve our country. And even though we're a day late, I just want to say thank you to all of our veterans.
Thank you.
Second thing is great things are really happening at Liberty. On Monday, I received a really nice email from Alicia Snyder. She's a driver's ed teacher, a PE teacher, adaptive PE teacher, former athletic trainer, and all-around great person. And I've gotten her permission, and I want to read her email to you. I wanted to update you on two wonderful things that have happened in the past week at LHS. As our school board representatives, I thought you would want to share in our excitement. We have an amazing Special Olympics Unified Club here at LHS. We call our club Fuse Together, and our mission is to include everyone and everything, no matter their physical or mental ability. Last spring, our club worked tirelessly to submit an application for one of the worldwide Special Olympics Innovation Grants. Even though we even met through Zoom during the shutdown to ensure our application was fully completed and submitted on time. Shortly after submitting our application, they informed us that they would be delaying the announcements of the recipients until the fall. Last week, we received the news that we had been awarded one of the grants. Ms. Sexton was kind enough to make a Facebook post about it. I've included the opening paragraph of the email we received at the bottom of this email to explain a little further. In addition to applying for the grant in September of this year, we submitted an application to Special Olympics of Virginia in hopes that 2 of our students would be selected to serve at the state level on the Youth Leadership Council. I was so excited to open my email this morning to a message congratulating us on being selected to serve on this council. I have included part of that email as well at the bottom. Our students at LHS truly believe the mission of Unified Movement, and it's due to their hard work, even when faced with the challenges of a pandemic, that we continue to do good things. The Innovation Grant, Chastity Alphen, senior, and Granville Clark, sophomore, are our representatives. Congratulations on being selected to receive funding to support your Youth Innovation Project. We're awarding a total of 37 innovation project grants to 68 youth project leaders in 33 programs. We are impressed by your courage, determination, and passion to make your community more inclusive. We are excited to embark on this journey with you. And part of the other one, Special Olympics Virginia Youth Leadership Council, Chastity Alphen, Christian Walker, again, are the representatives. As members of the first Special Olympics Youth Leadership Council, we are looking forward to you helping us shape a new generation of young leaders in Virginia. Thank you for your applications, and we are very excited to be working with you. We'll be making the announcement over the next couple of weeks on social media, and you will be mailing a letter of acceptance to you directly. Make sure to follow the Instagram account for a chance to virtually meet with each council member. That's, to me, that's just something that they've gone through all this. And lately I've had the opportunity to speak with several of our principals, and they have asked me to continue, and I know we have a big audience, but they have asked me to continue to ask parents to continue to be patient with them. They're still sailing on uncharted waters, and they're learning a lot. They learned a lot the first 9 weeks, and we're trying to smooth things out. And they want to ensure that they asked me to make sure that everyone knew that there's always an open line of communication. Just pick up the phone, they'll happily talk to you. I know, I saw a post about this on social media, but I know the schools can really use some bottled water donations. If anybody has several extra bucks, you can pick up a case and take it to your school. I know that they would be greatly appreciative of it. I was happy to see that the extension of the no-cost meals through June. That's wonderful, especially for some of these kids. Congratulations to the art students at Liberty High School on the police department badge design too. That says a lot for Ms. Bowyer and her program. And last but not least, I want to remind everybody to please stay diligent with COVID precautions and help stop the spread. And that's all I have. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion by Dr. Neely, do I have a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. See y'all next month.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Next month I'm gonna be making this tag.
I'm sorry.